Láthatni, hogyha most én itt elkezdek beszélni.
So I wonder, this is a test.
Ez a kárregiszter kibővített egyezménye?
Hogyan?
Kárregiszter kibővített egyezménye.
Jó, és az micsoda?
Itt van a izébe, ettől nem aludtam. Ez a Enlarged Partial Agreement.
Jó reggelt kívánok mind.
Good morning to you all. And it is with great pleasure and delight that I welcome our guests to the joint event of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the European Youth Center. My name is Bálint Molnár, and I am the head of the Youth Center as well as the mission head for the Council of Europe in Hungary. And I am greatly pleased that I can welcome Member of Parliament Zsolt Németh among the speakers today, who is the head of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Hungarian Parliament and the head of the Hungarian mission to the Council of Europe, and Peter Szárai, State Secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, in charge of energy policy. Helge Berge is virtually welcomed, who is the Deputy Director General of the Council of Europe, and Ferenc Kalmár, who is the Ministerial Commissioner, Special Envoy of the Minister for Developing Neighborhood Policy of Hungary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. And it is with great pleasure as well that I welcome in our circle the nationality representatives of the Hungarian National Assembly and the leaders of the nationality self-governments in Hungary, and of course the members of the diplomatic corps accredited to Hungary. The event today is a part of a series of programs called Council of Europe Days, and we launched this year at the initiative of the Deputy Director General of the Council of Europe. In every one of the 40 countries, we are trying to showcase the diverse activities of the Council of Europe and its long-standing contribution to peace and stability in European countries through the promotion of the rule of law, democracy, and human rights. Hungary's position is unique in this respect because for 28 years, this is where one of the most important multilateral organizations of the Council of Europe has been working here, and this is the Youth Center. It opened its gates in 1985, and over the 3 decades past, it opened windows for tens and tens of thousands of young people over Europe. It is also not an exaggeration to say that Hungarian hospitality made it possible for tens and tens of thousands of young people in Europe to get to know the European values and acquire the skills by which they can act as active citizens and make their contribution to a diverse future Europe. Our continent is characterized by linguistic minority and many other different kinds of diversities, but this diversity must be protected, and we must put in place the right framework for such protection, whereby it is possible to preserve the cultural heritage of these national minorities, and we can protect them against all forms of negative discrimination. We are very hopeful that the panelists and the moderators will make a very valid and valuable contribution to the achievement of these goals. And we will hear about international agreements and treaties and standards today. And these work as complex protection mechanisms as a result of the hard work of the Council of Europe, whereby these rights can be promoted and enforced. It is a special pleasure for me also to tell you that as part of this program, we first heard about the ministerial proposal on the political participation of youth. And in the drafting of this initiative, even Hungarian experts have been actively involved. And in the later part of the program, from these people we'll receive first-hand information about this political and professional process, as a result of which, by the end of this year, hopefully, a new important European level document will be adopted for the protection of national minorities. Ferenc Kalmár, after these words, the floor is yours. Distinguished State Secretary, dear Member of Parliament, dear President, the distinguished Member of Parliament Imre Ritter, dear ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies, it is with great respect and delight that I am welcoming all of those who could make it in person, but also those who have joined the event today online. The events of the 20th century, from the perspective of the Hungarian nation, have not been really positive. And as a result of this, the Hungarian nation lives in as many as 7 countries as autochthonous minorities. And as a result of this situation, one of the fundamental pillars of Hungarian foreign policy has been the matter of national minorities. And we are not only talking about Hungarian national minorities, but we are talking about this matter at the European level, and Hungarian foreign policy dedicates attention to this matter at the European level. But it also has a bilateral dimension, obviously. And when we are talking about bilateral agreements, what I have in mind is mainly the fundamental treaties that we entered into with neighboring countries. But this matter is put on the agenda by Hungarian diplomacy at multilateral institutions. So this matter is always raised by Hungarian diplomacy at multilateral institutions as well. The Council of Europe is one of the most important European institutions where the protection of national minorities is on the agenda. The Hungarian representatives in the Parliamentary Assembly have been highly active. The Hungarian representatives, especially over the past 12 to 13 years. We have seen them being very active. And let us also remember that in 2021 to 22, Hungary took on the rotating presidency of the Presidium of the Council of Europe, and as a result, it was possible to convince the government to make the protection of national minorities the #1 priority of our presidency. In this context, we organized 4 conferences, one of them right here in this hall, another in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and 2 further conferences took place in Strasbourg. What has been the final, the ultimate conclusion of all these 4 conferences, you may ask? Well, we could have phrased it ourselves, and many others could have done the same, but the definitive conclusion was best phrased by Werner de Varenen, who is the minority rapporteur of the United Nations, and he did that at the closing conference in Strasbourg. And he said as follows: regrettably, in the recent past, steps have not been taken forward but backwards all across the world in the context of the protection of national minorities. The outbreak of the Russian-Ukrainian war only intensified the difficulties, the situation, as in several countries, at several places. Yes, we have been seeing that the existence of national minorities was labeled as a national security threat, as a risk, as a danger. On the other hand, it is, in our opinion, not the national minority that is a risk, but the absence of national rights. Wherever national minorities have a good time or feel well, they are always loyal to their country, and no such problems can be identified. At the last such conference in Strasbourg, the Hungarian presidency drafted what received the name the Strasbourg Declaration. And this declaration or statement includes the guidelines drafted by Madam President Katalin Szili and myself. Here, we have identified 5 basic principles that we are recommending to the attention of European states. These 5 principles, in September last year, were also presented to the General Assembly of the United Nations by Peter Szijjártó, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary. And the proposal was directed not only at Europe, but also it was directed to the attention of the whole of the world, that is the United Nations. So future hinges on young people. And if we do not keep the matter of youth on the agenda, we will be forced to forget the protection of national minorities in Europe for a very long time to come. And I think it is very topical for me to say so, because for now, the attention of Europe is focused on the war. However, we are convinced that this is a matter that must be kept on the agenda. And of course, youth play a very important role in this, because they carry on the flame, and this flame must not be allowed to become extinct. We can always ask why we consider it so important to preserve diversity in Europe. I have repeatedly said, and I am convinced, that this diversity is one of the fundamental preconditions and sources of European creativity. And as Adenauer said in the 1950s, unity through diversity. This basic principle applies even today. We are convinced that it is in this principle where the future of Europe lies. Thank you very much.
Many thanks for the Special Envoy for his words, and may I kindly request Mr. Peter Sarai, State Secretary for Security Policy and Energy Security, to deliver his speech.
Köszönöm szépen, igazgató úr, és nagy szeretettel és tisztelettel üdvözlöm a mai Európa Tanács nap személyes résztvevőit, illetve az online résztvevőket, fiatalokat, idősebbeket egyaránt. Mindennyiunk számára a releváns téma az, amivel ma foglalkozni fogunk. És hozzáteszem, hogy személyesen is egy kicsit elfogult vagyok az épülettel kapcsolatban is, mert 2 évvel ezelőtt, amikor az elnökségünk zajlott, akkor több rendezvényt is hoztunk ebbe az épületbe. És úgy emlékszem, hogy nagyon jól sikerültek ezek a rendezvények, úgyhogy köszönet az Európa Tanács ifjúsági központjának Budapesten. A téma a fiatalok politika iránti érdeklődése nyilván meghatározza Európa jövőjét. Az Európa Tanács Miniszteri Bizottságának magyar elnöksége során prioritás volt a jövő generációinak segítése. Ide tartozik ugye az ifjúságpolitika, a gyerekjogok, a családi értékek védelme is. épp úgy, mint a nemzeti kisebbségek védelmének hatékony előmozdítása. És itt találkozik a két téma. Stratégiai célunk, hogy a fiatalok kérdésével minden nemzetközi platformon magas szinten is foglalkozzanak, így az Európa Tanács 4. Reykjaviki csúcs találkozóján is. Üdvözöljük az Európa Tanács főtitkárhelyettes kezdeményezését a Nemzeti Európa Tanács napok megrendezésére, mert így alkalmunk nyílik számunkra fontos és releváns kérdések megvitatására. Magyarország elkötelezett a demokrácia, a jogállamiság, valamint az emberi jogok és a nemzeti kisebbségek jogainak tiszteletben tartása mellett. Amint azt a kisebbségvédelmi keretegyezmény első cikke is kimondja, a kisebbségi lakosságú államok elsődleges, de nem kizárólagos felelőssége a kisebbségi jogok biztosítása, mivel a kisebbségek védelméről való gondoskodás nemzetközi kérdés. Az őshonos nemzeti kisebbségek ügye nem belügy, hanem európai ügy, hiszen Európa politikai határai és etnikai határai a legtöbbször nem esnek egybe. Az őshonos közösséghez tartozó személyek esetében az állampolgárság elválik a nemzeti identitástól, ugyanakkor az állampolgárság és a nemzeti hovatartozás mégsem egymással ellentétes fogalmak. Az európai sokszínűség megőrzése és a kontinens békéje érdekében kulcsfontosságúnak tartjuk, hogy maradéktalanul biztosítsuk Európában az őshonos nemzeti kisebbségek identitáshoz való jogát. Az identitás védelme nem valósítható meg az egyéni és kollektív jogok biztosítása, illetve érvényesítése nélkül. A nemzeti önazonosság tudatpillérei az anyanyelv széleskörű használata, az anyanyelvi és az azon történő oktatás, a közéleti részvétel biztosítása az anyanyelven, az önigazgatás lehetősége. A kisebbségi keretegyezmény és a regionális és kisebbségi nyelvek kartája többnyire egyéni jogokról beszél. Magyarország ezen túlmenően kollektív jogokat szorgalmaz a Kárpát-medencében élő külhoni magyarság számára, miközben maga sem fél azokat biztosítani a Magyarországon államalkotó tényezőként elismert 13 nemzetiség részére. A magyarországi nemzetiségek részére kulturális autonómiát biztosítunk. Meggyőződésünk, hogy a hazánk lakosságának 6,5%-át kitevő nemzetiségi honfitársaink anyanyelve, kultúrája, hagyományai gazdagabbá teszik Magyarországot. Bízom benne, hogy az itt jelenlévő nemzetiségi szószólók és országos önkormányzati vezetők meg tudják erősíteni, hogy nemzetiségeinket tiszteljük és szeretjük. Azokkal a szomszédos államokkal, ahol őshonos magyar nemzeti közösségek élnek, már az 1990-es évek elejétől megállapodásokban rögzítettük a kisebbségvédelmi együttműködés alapjait. Hatékony ellenőrző mechanizmust állítottunk fel 6 szomszédos állammal. A megállapodások végrehajtásának ellenőrzésére ezek az úgynevezett kisebbségi vegyes bizottságok, melyek tevékenységében aktívan részt vesznek a nemzeti kisebbségek képviselői is. Külön kiemelném a Horvátországgal, Szlovéniával és Szerbiával.
I would like to highlight Croatia, Slovenia and Serbia, who are actually exemplary in Europe. In these three countries, the Hungarian state is actually creating the creative part of the Hungarian state. Unfortunately, however, in the past couple of years, there are some examples for shrinking the rights, for taking away the minority rights. For example, in the case of the neighboring Ukraine, it cannot be accepted that in the 1991 Hungarian-Ukrainian basic agreement convention, the Ukrainian party should ignore what has been laid in it, and since 2015 it is systematically taking away the Hungarians living in the Transcarpathia of their rights that they had before enjoyed. So we cannot actually support Ukraine's accession to the EU and to NATO unless they ensure those rights for the Hungarians that had been exercised before 2015. We should not forget, and because we still remember that in the association agreement preamble, Ukraine has undertaken the protection of the persons belonging to some other minorities, but 5 days later, when in 2017, September the 1st, this took effect, the Ukrainian parliament has accepted the education law that has drastically diminished the right of the Hungarian national minorities to an education on their mother tongue. In 2022 December, they have accepted a law on this, which was actually a trend reinforcing the other rules, that all the other rules should be ignored. We look forward to the opinion of the Venice Commission, which is going to be ready by June with regard to this particular topic. It would be urging that the European Union should make a comprehensive national minority protecting regulation based on the principles of the Council of Europe and the United Nations, because this is based on the basic convention. Today, there are 440, out of the 447 million citizens, 50 million belong to an ethnic-based national minority. And out of the 27 EU countries, 10 provide certain autonomy to the communities living on their territory, either on territorial or a personal basis. The European Civic initiative, the Minority Safe Pack, however, is being rejected in the European Union, but we shouldn't give it up because there are 11 countries where 1,123,000 citizens supported it with their signatures. Currently, the EU considers as the protection of the minorities as one of the conditions of accession, included in the Copenhagen criteria. Hungary can only support the association of those countries who respect the rights of the Hungarian national minorities living on their territory. The European Union must make sure that the rule of law and the fundamental rights should be kept an eye on within the European Union, because that should ensure the protection of the national minorities. It is actually quite encouraging that the report of Laurent Vince was by a great majority approved on the 17th of April. The study based on which the Council of Europe's Steering Committee on Anti-Discrimination, Diversity and Inclusion now is wording a recommendation on this topic. This is going to be approved by the end of 2023 within the experts committee, and it will put forward to the ministerial committee. This is going to be the first legal document that is going to be dedicated to this particular topic, and it is going to be an excellent example for the youth of the Carpathian Basin, and that is why we invited some of the representatives of the national youth organizations in Hungary to show their favorable experience. For another panel, we asked the second presidency's examples. So, ladies and gentlemen, the participation of the youth and the encouraging the activity of the youth in political life is a very, very important and timely topic, because they have to take over the baton that ensures to which direction Europe will move in the future. That is why this conference today is very important, and I would like to wish to you the best of luck, because I think we have to contribute to make sure that the countries of the Council of Europe should have an even bigger consciousness in terms of ensuring how important it is that the youth also participate in the activities and word such positions which will actually help this activity within the Council of Europe, because it is the Council of Europe that is not only having a legal framework in order to protect the minorities, but also an executive monitoring activity. So these two is not available in any other organization. So that is why it is a pivotal importance dedicated to it by the Hungarian government, and also that this should be put on the platform of the Council of Europe and should activate all the other member states to do so as well. Thank you so much for your kind.
Nagyon köszönöm, Sztárai.
Thank you so much for Mr. Sztárai for these very important thoughts, and may I kindly request Zsolt Német to deliver his opening speech.
Distinguished Ambassador, State Secretary, Your Excellencies, dear young people, ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered here today to celebrate the Day of Europe, and it is an initiative of the Council of Europe, and I do wish to welcome it, that the Day of Europe is now linked with the Council of Europe. And please remember the words of Konrad Adenauer on the Council of Europe, which we know will celebrate the 75th anniversary of its establishment. Well, Konrad Adenauer said that the Council of Europe is the heart and soul of Europe. And the European Union borrowed the flag and the hymn and the symbols of the Council of Europe. But let us not forget that the Council of Europe is the cradle of the fundamental thoughts and principles of European unity. And I am greatly pleased to see that the Youth Center of the Council of Europe itself will be able to celebrate the 30th anniversary of its establishment in Budapest in the near future. Hungary is committed to the Council of Europe and to the thought of Europe. And in this institution of the Council of Europe, heavily financed by the Hungarian government, we can clearly capture this attitude of the Hungarian government, this commitment of the Hungarian government to the thought of a unified Europe. Let us take advantage of the opportunities offered by the Council of Europe. And in this context, I in particular wish to encourage young people to take advantage of the framework and the opportunities provided by this institution. Let us make this institution a lot more ours. Let us take possession of it. Let us make it more visible. And let us help the leaders of this institution in their hard work and endeavors. The conference today, as Mr. Ferenc Kalmár already outlined, is a kind of bridge between the past, the present, and the future. It is not a coincidence that he himself, Ferenc Kalmár, as well as the State Secretary, made a reference in their speeches to the presidency of the Hungarian presidency of the Council of Europe. This was a very successful period characterized by fundamentally important initiatives. And only in a few days we will leave for Iceland, Reykjavik, where the fourth summit of the Council of Europe will be held. More than 40 heads of state and government from Europe provided feedback that they will participate there in order to discuss matters currently current in Europe from the perspective of the Council of Europe. And in the course of the Hungarian presidency, Hungarian priorities became quite visible, and I am very pleased that many of these initiatives could be successfully integrated into the agenda of the Reykjavik summit. Let me emphasize the role of youth. The role of youth will have a very emphatic role in the agenda as well as in the closing document of the Reykjavik summit, and it will also emphatically appear in the context of new types of human rights, including the right to a human environment, which is also a major priority among the themes proposed by the former Hungarian presidency. And I am especially pleased that on the matter of national minorities, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe approved by now a very substantial report. And this report was addressed by the Parliamentary Assembly to this summit. And in this document, the importance of the enforcement of national minority rights plays a very emphatic role, and it is called an indispensable component of European stability. And I believe that we should also be very proud of the work that was also referred to by the State Secretary, namely that as a result of the efforts made by the Hungarian presidency, the political advocacy of youth is now the subject matter of a ministerial proposal. And what we could hear so far by way of introduction is indeed very encouraging. It indicates that progress has already been made on this matter, and we wish every success to everyone who participates in this. Special thanks to Adrian Ferenci, who is acting and who has made a serious, substantial contribution to this work as the expert of the Hungarian expert on the Anti-Discrimination Committee. Let me also direct your attention to 2 volumes in the Hungarian and the English language of the Foreign Affairs Bulletin, and both these volumes can be picked up at the desk at the entrance. I am directing your attention to this because minority issues seem to be topical in Europe at any point in time, and now it has a very sad topicality because the aggressor in our neighborhood is trying to put forth argument in favor of the invasion connected to the protection of minorities. And let us be open, this seriously compromises the matter of national minorities. It compromises our work in trying to enforce such rights. So it undermines the work that we do and the matter that is also seriously on your minds. And this work also directs attention to the fact that minorities often become the victims of superpower politics, and that at the end of the day, it is the international community who will decide the fate of minorities. But as the saying goes, dogs bark, but the caravan proceeds. And it is important that minorities be treated irrespective of current political superpower issues. And it is our duty to work out a scheme, a framework for the protection of their rights. And the best place to do that is the Council of Europe. And this is why we are here today. In the European Union, the future of Europe is constantly on the agenda. Some argue that wise thoughts have been put forth in this debate. Others have said that these thoughts have been less wise. Well, I believe that the debate itself should be left to the remit of European Union-related forums. Here and today, our duty is to work in the context of the Council of Europe. However, it is undoubted that raising the question of the future of Europe is valid, because the real question is what kind of Europe we wish to live in. And now that we are talking about the Europe Day, and especially with reference to the fact that we consider the Council of Europe to be the heart and soul of Europe, Do we wish to live in a Europe which is more or less like the one we have today? Is it all right to have what we have? Meaning that we just want to protect Europe against changes, or do we envisage our future in a different kind of Europe? Do we say that it is not quite all right what we have? We're not entirely quite all right. So do we need to change the current Europe to a lesser extent or to a more emphatic extent? And if we want to change it, in what fields do we want to change it? And towards what goals do we want to change it? And if we accept these questions, then the Council of Europe has an important role to play. In the Vojvodina region, for example, we know that this region of Serbia has been a part of the map of Europe, well, in a way with a dotted line. But also the same is true for Transcarpathia. However, we know that Serbia has just become very unhappy with its own role in the map of the Council of Europe, because if Kosovo acquires membership in the Council of Europe, then Serbia will be there without Kosovo, not including Kosovo in the map. And this situation is very unique because we do not wish Serbia to remove also Vojvodina from the map of the Council of Europe. I hope that this will not happen. But starting from the present situation, those from Transcarpathia and Vojvodina who are present here today still belong to the Council of Europe, but they only have a future membership in the European Union. So the presence of these two regions and their representatives very clearly emphasizes how valid and important this question about the future of Europe is. So the question is, what kind of Europe do we want to live in? And this question also is valid in relation to Ukraine's European integration. There is a lot of content to be addressed here. What kind of changes must be implemented in Ukraine so that they are better integrated or in closer proximity to our rights? For example, in the areas of the protection of national minorities. Ukraine has participated in several programs like the training of police or visa liberalization, etc. But there is also another perspective, namely the Council of Europe in 1949 was established with a specific purpose, namely to be a kind of workshop for the quality of European democracy. The debates in the Council of Europe, as well as the documents approved by it, are all about whether European democracy is good or good enough, and what should be done to make it better. Of course, there are debates in the European Union today about the future and the quality of European democracy, but let us not forget that the EU is an organization with a political and an economic focus. In the European Union, by necessity, questions are formed by daily political interests. And this also applies to questions about the future of Europe. So the debate about the future of Europe in the European Union hinges mainly on the kind of institutions we need and what mandates these institutions should have in order to reconcile the economic and political interests that we have. However, in the Council of Europe, it is the quality of democracy that is the central issue. Or maybe I should argue that it is the paramount, the utmost issue. And this is why the Council of Europe is always several steps ahead of the European Union in terms of the quality of democracy workshop. And the European Union has a well-worked out model. The Council of Europe has a very well-worked out model for the protection of minorities, and it would be so smooth and easy for the European Union to just take over that model and implement it. But, you know, there are major difficulties in this respect, and in fact, we hope that the summit in Reykjavik will be able to make substantial progress even in that field. Now, to sum it up, the Council of Europe has a plan for democracy and for the protection of minorities. And this is extremely remarkable and worthy of the attention of the European Union. It is a viable plan, and we are seeking a path forward in the direction highlighted by the Council of Europe. We will discuss this matter here at length, but we should be aware of this important direction put forth by the Council of Europe. So the fundamental question is, what kind of Europe do we want to live in? It is quite natural that only those countries and nations will be successful in Europe which have a clear answer to this question and who can also advocate for their answer in the various international forums, the Council of Europe, but also the European Union. So the main question we have to debate here today is what is needed to make the future of Europe such that will be to the liking of those who live in Europe. What should be done? How do we have to reform the Europe? What documents should be adopted by the institutions of the Council of Europe and the European Union? What should be done? What should be promoted and represented by the nation states, by the member states at the various forums? Because especially 8 member states, Hungary and its neighboring countries will probably have a great deal to do in this respect. And these steps should be identified in advance. And we also have to seek an answer to the question of what the youth organizations of Hungary and the nationalities, Hungarian nationalities in Hungary's neighboring countries should do to make the future of Europe such that will be liked by today's youth. So in this respect, it is highly important to point out the potential included in the initiative of the Council of Europe, in which the Council of Europe wishes to dedicate a separate document to the political participation of youth. The conference today is a very unique and very timely occasion whereby we can make a contribution to this debate. So the question is, once again, I repeat, what kind of Europe do we want to have for national minorities in Hungary and beyond Hungary's borders? And of course, in a broader context, what kind of Europe would be best for every national community which, as a result of the evolution of history, now find themselves in a minority position in Europe and have been doing so for a long time. So the question is what should be done and how to promote it most effectively in the context of this outstandingly important document of the Council of Europe. I would like to appeal to the members of our conference. I would like to ask you to deliver to us the conclusions of your conference, because I am the head of the Hungarian delegation of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, so I am asking you to do that in this capacity as well, because your conclusions will form a kind of mandate for us, for the policies that we will advocate in the Parliamentary Assembly. So we are looking forward to your concepts, ideas, and we have come to this conference to get to know your thoughts and to stimulate and encourage you in your valuable work. It is with these thoughts that I wish you a fruitful deliberation, and I am very grateful if you frankly and openly and straightforwardly share your thoughts with us. Thank you.
Köszönöm szépen.
Mr. Nemeth, thank you so much for these thoughts. I think these are very important, setting us a trend also with regard to today's conference, but also with regard to the work of the Council of Europe.
English, and I would like to invite the Deputy Secretary General of the Council of Europe, Mr. Björn Berge, to deliver his welcome address to this conference today. Dear Deputy Secretary General, the floor is yours virtually.
Thank you very much, and a very good morning to all of you. And it's great to be with you at our youth center in Budapest on this very important day. State Secretary for Security Policy and Energy Security in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Hungarian Parliament, Permanent Representative of Hungary to the Council of Europe, Secretary of the Steering Committee on Anti-Discrimination, Diversity and Inclusion, distinguished guests. The Council of Europe has an extraordinary history encompassing over 7 decades. The purpose of the Council of Europe Days is to tell our organization's story, to make people aware of the way their fundamental rights are protected in Europe today. Rights that they may take for granted, but which are based on the European Convention of Human Rights, the Human Rights Court in Strasbourg, and the entire convention system. The subject that you have chosen could not be more appropriate. A focus on young people from national minorities, encouraging them to participate in politics and take part in the public life of their country. This is about the very fabric of a democratic society, safeguarding the rights of everyone. It is about treating national minorities as equals and share with all others the responsibility for shaping their shared future. The Council of Europe has long supported its member states in making this a reality. Every one of our 46 member countries must implement the judgment of the European Court of Human Rights. And over the years, the court has made many rulings that have helped national minorities, confirming, for example, that our ethnic identity is something personal and protected by the European Convention on Human Rights, and that forming an association to express and promote that identity might be central to preserving and upholding its rights. We also have other relevant and specific tailor-made tools that countries can join. These include the Framework Convention for Protection of National Minorities, which Hungary ratified almost 30 years ago. It helps governments to ensure the equality of national minorities, preserving the essential elements of their identity, including religion and language, and traditions and cultural heritage. It also enables their participation in public life. Dear friends, speakers at this event, many of you will be able to share your experience of what this means in your daily lives. The Framework Convention has helped many people, many communities throughout our continent. Drawing on its guidance, Albania, for example, has established a state committee on minorities that makes recommendations to the government on what to do to support national minorities and their participation. A county in Croatia has introduced measures to inform and assist the Roma in obtaining the healthcare insurance that they had often lacked. And in Norway, is funding young Sami and Jewish people to visit schools and give talks about the issues that their communities face. The European Charter for Regional or Minority Languages is also playing a very important role. It entered into force in 1998. The Charter promotes the use of these languages in all fields of public life, including education. And it guarantees speakers of minority languages participation in language policy making, the media, and cultural life. Let me give you also here a few concrete examples. After joining the Charter, Schleswig-Holstein in Germany adopted a law to promote the North Frisian language in public life so that people can use it when they contact public authorities, for example. The Czech Republic has a dedicated grant scheme that funds policies such as producing bilingual place name signs in Czech and Polish. And in Serbia's autonomous province of Vojvodina, the public service broadcaster has introduced television and radio programs in Czech and German. All of this is, of course, helpful and positive. It indicates a level of mutual respect and points the way to a future in which Europeans of all origins and ethnicities can integrate and live together in peace and harmony, and enjoy their full rights and the richness of their community's culture, and at the same time contribute in full to the future of their country. Also, important steps have been taken in Hungary, and it's also important to note that national minorities was your main priority during the CM presidency of Hungary. And you also organized 4 very helpful and important conferences. I hope also that your reflections today, that you will be able to recognize how this approach can be helpful to your work. And you may also identify what more might be done to ensure that you, your neighbors, and every community shares in a better future. I wish you a very successful conference, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, dear Deputy Secretary General, for those warm words of welcome. And I will now switch back to Hungarian for the benefit of the audience here in Budapest. És ezzel az első.
And with this, the first part of the program is closed. I would like to say thanks for the State Secretary, for the chairman who are here with us. I do hope that you can stay a bit more to follow the rest of the program. But now we would like to go on immediately with the first keynote presentation, followed by the first panel. And I would like to ask my colleagues from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to help me in setting up the panel.
Akkor
So may I request the participants of the first panel to come here. First and foremost, Dr. Gergő Kocsis, head of the UN Department, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary, Mr. László Gubik from Vianova, Slovakia Association for Common Goals, Mr. David Shimon, Youth Section of the Transcarpathian Hungarian Cultural Session in Ukraine, Attila Edmár, the Hungarian Youth Conference, Hungary, and Dóra Szilágyi, Vice President of the Youth Section of the Democratic Alliance of Hungarians in Romania. I would like to ask you to take your take the floor here. I do hope that the name tags are already put there, so you will find it easy to find your chairs. Thank you. And the next point of the program will be 2 keynote presentations delivered by Dr. Wolfgang Bechtel, Secretary of the Steering Committee of Anti-Discrimination, CDADI, and that will be followed by a presentation of Adrian Tóth Ferenczy, who is the Hungarian delegate in that experts committee.
Invite Wolfram Bechtel from the CDAD to deliver his keynote address to the audience here. És még azoknak elnézést.
And for those who need interpretation, there are earphones at the entrance, and you can get the proper channel where you will be able to follow the English language presentation.
Wolfram.
Unfortunately, I lost the sound, so if you could give me a sign whether you can hear me and whether I can start, I would be very...
We can hear you fine, and we can see you perfectly also.
I could hear you for a moment. Good. I'll go ahead.
Yes,
Dear
please.
Excellencies, dear participants, dear young persons belonging to national minorities. Thank you so much for the invitation to speak at this conference on political participation of young people from national minorities. The location for this conference is perfectly chosen, as the mission of the Council of Europe Youth Centers is to ensure participation by European youth and international non-governmental youth organizations in the building of Europe. Since its inception in 2020, the Steering Committee on Anti-Discrimination, Diversity and Inclusion, CDADI, to which I am secretary, is focusing on a specific strand of political participation, the political participation of national minority youth. This work is carried out within the general mandate of the CDADI, which is to steer the Council of Europe's intergovernmental work to promote equality for all and build more inclusive societies that offer effective protection from discrimination and hate, and where diversity is respected. More specifically, the CDADI advises the Committee of Ministers on all questions within its mandate, including improving the active participation and inclusion of Roma and travelers in society, safeguarding the rights of persons belonging to national minorities, and the use of regional or minority languages. The intergovernmental work of the Council of Europe on anti-discrimination, diversity and inclusion was restructured in 2020, and the CDADI was established. It is composed of representatives of the governments of the 46 member states. The intergovernmental work of the CDADI and its expert committees and working groups supplements the monitoring work that the Deputy Secretary General already mentioned, and which is carried out by 2 monitoring bodies, the Advisory Committee under the Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities and the Committee of Experts of the European Charter for Regional and Minority Languages. The work of all those Council of Europe bodies on political participation is an extremely important contribution for the functioning of representative and participatory democracies in Europe. A democracy is only then fully representative when all nationals of the countries, and to a certain extent also other residents, are able to participate in it. Only in this case, all the potential lying in their diversity is duly represented in the democratic institutions and decision-making processes. With intense involvement of national minority youth representatives, a working group of the CDADI composed of representatives of 6 member states has prepared a study on the topic of national minority youth participation. The following 4 elements were used as a basis of the drafting procedure. First, the working group prepared a questionnaire that follows the structure of recent Council of Europe work on participation issues. This structure, right, opportunity, space, means, support, made it possible to address all the specific subtopics in a clear and comprehensive manner and to adjust the structure, if necessary, to the specific needs of the topic. Second, within each section of the study, an order was proposed to follow with a view to describing the different experiences, categorizing them from a technical point of view before proceeding with a qualitative and possibly quantitative analysis of the systems and mechanisms in place. Third, to concentrate on the description of the systems and mechanisms that work or possibly do not work, so as to make the study as technical and relevant as possible and facilitate the emergence of technical and objective recommendations. It was suggested to name the states to identify concrete examples as given in the questionnaires, replies, and contributions be referred to in footnotes so as to allow interested persons, in particular academic researchers, to conduct further advanced research. The 4th element was to adopt a drafting style adapted to intergovernmental work, which takes account of national terminologies while linking them to the concepts most commonly used in the international frame of reference, which here will most often be that of the Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities or the Council of Europe's work on youth participation. I would now like to focus on the overall content of the study, which gives an excellent insight into the topic of national minority youth participation and ends with a set of recommendations that have paved the way for the drafting of the Committee of Ministers' recommendations, which has already been mentioned in the introductory part to this conference, and that is hoped to be finalized and adopted by the Committee of Ministers by the end of this year. The intense involvement of national minority youth representatives in the process, and I welcome very much Pia Sloga, who was part of that working group, and the intense involvement of national minority youth representatives in the drafting of the study helped the working group of the study to understand the wide range of different obstacles that national minority youth face when they want to participate in the political life. I would only mention some, but not all of them here. And I would like to point out that those obstacles and their intensity vary, of course, from one member state to another, and they may not exist in all member states. Those obstacles comprise the following. National minority youth are often not taken seriously. They do not have access to sustainable funding. They may lack human or technical resources and lack recognition as national minority. Their organizations have few members. They may suffer from intersectional discrimination resulting from prejudice. There may be political divides within them. They may lack information about opportunities for political participation. They may also be underrepresented in the media. They suffer from fragmentation, isolation, and geographical distance. And often they suffer from poverty and social exclusion. The study follows a clear structure for dealing with the topic of active political participation of national minority youth, and the long list of obstacles. It deals with first the right to participate, second the space for participation, third opportunities for and obstacles to participation, fifth means for participation, sixth support for participation, and seventh protection of national minority youth participating in political life. I would like to end my presentation here. The content of the study, and in particular the recommendations contained in it, will be presented by you in the following intervention by the Hungarian CDADI member and member of the working group, Adrian Todferenci. I thank you all for your attention and for your interest and support for the work of the CDAD on national minority youth participation.
Thank you very much, Wolfram, for your contribution and for your keynote address. És most akkor átadnám a szót és a mikrofont.
Now may I kindly request Ferenci Adrian Tóth to take the floor. Nagyon szép. Thank you, Director, for the floor and for the keynote of Wolfram Bechter. I was actually prepared for a PowerPoint presentation because my time is limited in 10 minutes. Probably it will not be enough, but while I'm presenting some of my parts of the speech, you will get familiar with some other parts of my presentation. But before going back, I would like to get back to the CDAD, where it is located in the map. Why is this recommendation so important, which is in the process but has not been adopted as yet, and that is why we cannot tell more about it, but that it is in the making, and it is very much founded on certain important elements. As already mentioned, we have to get back to the Hungarian presidency, which out of the 5 priorities was considered the protection of national minorities. And I think the State Secretary also mentioned that youth policy was also a very important part of the Hungarian presidency. And in parallel with that, also in the Council of Europe, this process got started very much. So the goal of the presidency to put it on the map, to keep it on the agenda, and so that this topic should be always on the agenda, protecting of minority rights. It was also a very important goal of ours that it should have a continuation, not only the half of the semester during which we are in the presidency position, but also we should launch some other processes and keep it updated. So such a political document is in the making, although it is legally not binding, which is going to be a pressure on the member states to at least pay attention to what is included, and in the making of the legislation, they should consider that. And another very important thing is that I have mentioned that where the anti-discrimination steering committee is located. Here you can read it, that there is 3 parts of this, the pillars that the Council of Europe is built up, and there are those committees that touch upon human rights, and in that, as you can see, the CDADI is taking it, has a very complex mandate, and that is why also amongst these various committees that has various subcommittees, the total committees number over 40, and this is the expert level within the Council of Europe where the preparative work is taking place and where the norms are drafted, and then it goes upwards, and the pyramid, as it is shrinking, the number of the shrinking, and there is a decision-making level. The rapporteurs will also discuss all this, and that is why I wanted to point it out. And then the peak of the pyramid, it gets to the Ministers' Committee, and as it has been told in July or in September, but definitely still this year, the recommendation is going to be approved, that we approve at the end of July on the committee level. So this is actually how we think it should go. I would like to mention that it has some budgetary cycles based on which the committee has to adhere to. So it's not an optional thing whether we do it or not. But the study was dedicated to the 2022 budget, and this is when it was introduced. And the second are the recommendations, which is the 2022-2025 period. About the agenda, I have already talked to you, and there's going to be something that is going to be connected to the national minorities, which is still the task of this particular period. It is for the regional national minorities. This is a study that we are going to talk about. So this is more or less that CDADI must keep track of, but I very much hope that we always find those compromises that make it sure that we approve the study.
In terms of the study itself, I will not go into its details, but emphasize why it is so innovative and why it is such a novelty. I will link two areas which have not yet been linked at the Council of Europe. One is the rights of young people, and some recommendations have already been drafted by the Ministerial Committee, and the other field is the rights of national minorities, and here much fewer recommendations were made. There is a report on the table of the Parliamentary Assembly, and as Ferenc Molnár is here, I would like to emphasize that he was a very important contributor to that report. When I dare say that the recommendation that is currently in process will not be the result of a monitoring process, but it is going to be an independent, self-standing recommendation which is drafted particularly in this field. So that is why its significance is so huge. When we were drafting the recommendation, we were confronted with a couple of challenges. What does it mean, national minority? What does it mean, young people? So we have not yet come up with a definition for national minorities, so we decided that this will be adapted in every member state based on their particular legislation. And in terms of young people, well, we said it is 18 to 30, but in terms of the political participation, which many associate with voting rights, there was a certain kind of caution as to whether go further down than this lower age limit. And when we were mapping up the good practices, it came to light that political participation and related voting rights apply in some member states when it comes to self-government or municipality elections. So diversity is there in terms of the various practices and mechanisms that apply in the various member states. And as I emphasize in my slideshow, there are some rights that can be used also below the age of 18. So the report or the study also collected best practices from that perspective. And let me also emphasize, but something that has already been said several times, but I think we cannot thank enough the young people for their active participation in the process, because youth delegates participated in several of our sessions, sharing their experiences that came to be included in the recommendation eventually. And really rushing ahead, while I still have the time, and obviously I will not read out every point here, the point really is that there are several themes in which the study phrases the recommendations, 3 in terms of participation and several in terms of the forms of participation. And then altogether there are 5 here. And then in terms of opportunities and obstacles, 3 recommendations, and the tools and instruments, 2 recommendations, and the various forms of participation also merited a few recommendations, and the protection of participation rights is also a topic, and some recommendations were formulated specifically for the Council of Europe, and these were later incorporated in the recommendation of the minister. And for the sake of making progress here with all the time pressure that we have, I do wish to stress that the study focuses on these areas, these fields, and it is fundamentally important that this kind of right must be strengthened, and that in national legislation we already have this right, but as much as possible it must be strengthened and broadened, and it must be, these rights must be included in youth policies as well as national minority protection policies. It's also very important that young people be given a kind of empowerment or mandate so that they can get involved and work out their own strategy. Regarding the forms of participation, well, this is the bracket within the study where we have the highest number of recommendations, and all this is available, accessible on the website of the Council of Europe. So that is why I will refrain from reading out in detail what the study recommends to the member states in terms of where they should strengthen these mandates the most. However, it is important for me to stress that effective participation and its support has been mainstreamed all through the document, also including political decision-making. And we always keep saying that the representatives of national minorities should be involved in every process in the course of which decisions that will affect them are adopted. And again, here, in terms of the opportunities and barriers, young people themselves said and that there are some obstacles that should be removed, and it would be very important, according to them, to abolish them, to prevent their existence, because then they could exercise their rights much better. And the language rights in the education system was emphasized as an aspect of paramount importance. And the availability of services in minority languages was another one. And during COVID, it has come into the focus of the attention of the Council of Europe. So the state language, as opposed to the minority language, has been captured here, and making information available in both of these languages is a cornerstone of both the study and the recommendation. And now, in terms of the tools and instruments of the participation, we have arrived at some very specific proposals, and let me stress that this is the result of the involvement and the activity of the young people themselves. So regarding the tools of participation, obviously education is highly important. And when we were drafting the recommendation, it was raised that it is important to disperse and share information about the historical heritage of these national minorities, and that all this information should be made available in every language spoken in the country, and that governments and the European level should provide funding as well as human resources to promote the achievement of these goals. So the study thought it was important to mention this on the one hand, and it also specifically stressed it on the other. But I do not want to take time away from young people, and I just wish to stress that the Hungarian presidency in its Strasbourg Declaration emphasized that the Council of Europe is encouraged to continue its norm creation activity. And here we also have an appeal or a request that a recommendation be also approved by the Council of Ministers, predicated on these 17 recommendations that is in fact the output of the study. So this is the process in which we are at the moment, and let me show you a photo of our small but all the more enthusiastic team. Our last meeting was in Paris. 9 member states are delegated to this committee, and let me mention Mr. Wolfgang Brechter, who just recently introduced the topic, who is, and I also wish to mention Charlotte Lillemartin, who is helping us draft the document as a native language speaker. So this is a small but all the more enthusiastic team involved in hard work so that this can be adopted in June. And we are hopeful that the Council of Ministers will soon put it on its agenda and, of course, approve it. And now a thank you note. Zsuzsanna, I wish to mention your name because you have been in charge of organizing the consultations with the nationality representatives as well as the focus group meetings. So she is a child rights expert, and her name could not be omitted from the thank you section. And I thank you all for the participation so far. I thank you who are here today for your contribution, and I thank everyone who will help us in the future. The recommendation is still open until the end of June, so please remember that what you will put forth in the panels will be very important for us and will be incorporated in the definitive document, as pointed out so rightly by Zsolt Németh as well. Thank you very much, Adrián Tóth Ferenci, for this highly interesting presentation. And as Adrián herself pointed out, this event is not just a sharing of information. It may also have a very practical effect because the drafting of the recommendation is still in process. And let me pass it over to Dr. Gergő Kocsis, head of the department, who will be moderating the next panel on the political participation opportunities of Hungarian youth in Hungary's neighboring countries. Gergő, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity. We have an hour, according to the program, until the lunch break, so this is what we have to make the best of with the members of our panel. So my idea is that everybody should have the floor at least twice, so that you can also respond to what other people have said in the panel. Our point of departure in this panel is that today a lot has already been said about the activity of the various international bodies, primarily, of course, the Council of Europe. We discussed what is happening, what processes are in progress, and what initiatives have been launched, in particular by the Hungarian presidency, in order to facilitate the political participation of Hungarian youth and in order for national standards to be drafted in this regard. But we have to compare the Hungarian situation as well as the situation in the neighboring countries. We must identify the biggest challenges and the best practices, and we must also put forth perhaps ideas concerning how we can make progress into a desirable future. So we should first map up the as-is situation, including how the parties, political parties, and civil society organizations cooperate. Let us start with László Kubik, who has been the chair of the Magyar Közösség Pártja youth organization, and since 2020 the He has also been the chair of the largest Hungarian organization in the Felvidék region in Slovakia. Thank you very much. Zsolt Németh was tapping my shoulder at the beginning of the conference saying, hello, you everlasting young man. And it clearly indicated to me that I have been here for a way too long time. But I would like to say thank you to Ferenc Kalmár for the invitation, as well as for the very idea of this conference, because the invitation, on the other hand, may prove that I perhaps still have something to say on this matter. And yes, I have a double role here, or a dual hat, because Via Nova, on the one hand, is a youth organization, but we are committed to talking politics, because we have been established by side of a party. And we are a youth organization of a party, but I also am representing a civil society organization, of which Via Nova is a member. So how about the Felvidék, the Slovakian part where Hungarians live, and how about young people, that is, people who are younger than me? I wish to split the topic into two parts. First, the participation of young people in the life of youth and what room for maneuver they have and what opportunities we have. So this is going to be a turbo version, so I will rush through this, but yet it is important for you to understand the situation. And then second off, I will talk about how we can intervene in political representation. So first, if I wanted to use an adjective, I would say relatively satisfying, meaning that the possibilities that have been put in place, whether I'm talking about civil society or state organizations. So we have some possibilities for Hungarian students to have a say. The first level is the municipality level, and we have what is called student parliaments at the level of towns. And these are usually regulated by municipality decrees. And if there is a town wanting to have a youth parliament or a student parliament, which will help the local mayor adopt the right decisions on youth matters, then it is possible to establish such a youth or student parliament. And I can only talk on behalf of my own town, which is interesting because Hungarians there are in numerical minority. So I'm not only in the numerical minority as a Hungarian in Felvidék in Slovakia, but I am also in a numerical minority in my own town, because I have not been brought up in Dunaszerdahelyi or other cities where the Hungarians are, Komárom, for example, where Hungarians are in an absolute majority. But in my town, the ratio of Hungarians the proportion has been declining to 8% now, and we have a local body of representatives composed of 21 people without a single Hungarian among them. So not even independent Hungarian MPs have been successfully elected into the body of representatives, which prevents us from participating in decision making. But in the areas of student parliaments, in every school, whether secondary or elementary, it is possible for them to get involved. Unfortunately, we do not have a Hungarian language secondary school, but there is a Hungarian language elementary school with the right of sending a representative to the town student parliament. So I have to speed it up. I could go on and on, but then it would take too much time. And the other is the Rada Maďarska Slovenska. I will not translate it, but it is the Slovakian counterpart of what we also have in Hungary. There are 30 organizations, and 2 of them are Hungarian. The first is the Slovakian Scout organization, and it was one of the founders. And the other is a student club for university students. It has nationwide coverage. It lives on tendering, so tender funds, entirely self-sustaining. And through these 2 organizations, through the Historical Scout organization and through this university club in the Felvidék region, we are able to have our voices heard or make our voices heard on matters related to youth. And the third is what is called the National Conference of University Student Self-Government, Rada Studentov Visoko Studentko is the Slovakian name. And there is a single Hungarian university, the János Selye University, and there is a student self-government there. And in this body, there are 2 students from this university, and these 2 students have the possibility to influence academic life, because this body has the right to comment on things in the academic sector, and it is the Act on Higher Education that provides for its existence. And the people in this body are in daily contact with the rectors of the universities and with the Minister of Education as well. So I also wish to focus your attention to the Národní Inštitút Vzdelávania Városa, which is a youth organization for public dissemination of public culture and education. And this is an umbrella organization. Earlier there were 5 different organizations here, and it is a background institution to the Ministry of Education. So they are involved in the preparation of Erasmus scholarship recommendation programs, and they are also involved in further training programs for young adults or young graduates or youth organizations. So all these activities are now performed in an umbrella organization, and this organization is a background institution to the Ministry of Education. But let me point out the Hungarian point even here, by which I will also conclude my contribution. So it has an office in charge of South Slovakia, which is the Hungarian part, and its head office is in Komárom, and it has a colleague working full-time. So this is the relatively okay part of political participation of Hungarian youth. And then I will go on to discuss the more politically sensitive matters. And here all I can say is that we have only us to reckon with or rely on. So if we are successful in the political elections, the young people will be there. But if we are not politically successful, everybody will ignore us. Nobody bothers whether there is a Hungarian aspect mainstreamed into political decision-making or there is not. It was on the 28th of October where local government elections took place in Slovakia, both at the local municipality and the county level. Our community has almost 500,000 people. According to 2021 poll data, there are 421,000 Hungarians in Slovakia. So this was the first question that was asked in this census, and so this many people said yes to this question. And where there was another question to which additional 34 people said yes. And this resulted in a positive discrimination by the Slovakian establishment, because they added up these 2 numbers. And as a result, we can now talk about 456,000 people professing themselves to be Hungarian Slovakia. And it is only an 8,000 reduction over the past 10 years. And of course, it cannot be called a success, because success would be if the number of Hungarians would be growing, but compared to other neighboring countries, the situation is not bad. Now, how about the political representation we have? As I said, on the 29th of October, we had local elections. And in terms of elections to the post of mayor and members of the local body of representatives, there are 222 Hungarian mayors who have been elected, and some mayors represent coalitions, and in this bracket we have 32 more. So altogether there are 256 Hungarian mayors all across Slovakia. And to put it on a bigger map, it means that from a numerical minority, So in spite of the position of numerical minority, we can now say that we have the second largest number or highest number of mayors in Slovakia. So this is an association, a federation, of course. And the second success story, but once again, let me stress that nobody guarantees this for us. This is always the result of our own political struggle. And the second area is the number of political body of representative members in county, at the county level. So there we have 54 such Hungarians, and out of the 8 counties, only 5 have Hungarians, and only in 5 do we have candidates. And several made it as independent, but out of the 5, there are some in which the deputy chair is also Hungarian. So until this point, you may believe that this is a clear success story. Then you may ask, why aren't we happy with what we have? And why aren't those happy with us who are rooting for us? Because they want us to acquire, to obtain even more important rights. And the answer to that question is in the parliamentary threshold. A constitutional fiction. This is a magic 5%, and for 12 years now, it has been the Hungarian party has been unable to reach that level, and the most hid party, which is a mixed party and used to be a member of parliament or a parliamentary party in 2020, well, it is no longer there in the Slovakian party, so at the party political level, we are not represented in Pozsony or Bratislava in the Slovakian language. So therefore, we feel that we have failed compared to Transcarpathia and Transylvania. Now, I will now talk about what we believe can be a potential solution for remedying this problem, because we are doing relatively well in the student life, and as well as we can say the same, we are doing well at the county level or local government level, but we want to do better at the national level, and that is what we have to remedy, and I will touch on that soon. And I said there were 254 mayors, and 1/10 of them can be called young people. If we accept the definition that young people means the age group 18 to 30. And these people are mainly the members of our youth organizations, and out of the 54 of the county level representation, I think it is 8 or 9, but you have not invited me to work as a mathematician, so I will refrain from trying to make that calculation at this point. So this is briefly our situation.
Thank you for revealing or sharing with us the situation, and also that in addition to the quite satisfactory situation, we also got an analysis of the politics. I think the 1/10 that belong to the youth category is quite a good number, but exactly from this high presence, we would like to hand over to Attila, who also came from Slovakia and who represents the Dunaszerdahely Csamadok organization, and who is also the deputy president of the Borderless Organization for the Youth. I would like to ask you to share with us the experience as to what is the situation in Dunaszerdahely compared to the nationwide situation. Well, first and foremost, thank you for the for the floor and for the invitation. I have recently been elected to be the chairperson of Csamadok. Csamadok means a cultural association of Czechoslovakian Hungarian workers. It is not a young organization. It was established in 1949. It was just a cultural organization. It was not a party organization. That was the goal of the government, of the power at that time, not to establish a political party. Now we have about 50,000 members, and altogether how we are related to the Hungarian youth conference, which I remember, which I represent here. So there are 17,000 Hungarians and 6,000 Slovakians at Dunaszerdahely. Since the democracy, it is the MKP, which is a conservative-led organization in Dunaszerdahely, which gives us a comfortable situation. Namely, there's no big competition. There are enough number of Hungarians participating. There are 6,000 Slovaks in Dunaszerdahely, but they have no MP in the local organization, but we are actually quite satisfied with all this. The current situation, and it is to be seen in the technical work. As a Csemadok president, I found the experts of the digital welfare practice, and as a good practice, I was looking to search for some basic schools in our town. We have 1,600 elementary school students, and together with Csemadok, working together with the city, we will have a series of presentations about the digital welfare. And the fact that we know that this is actually protecting the very high level of children's protection on the local level. So this is what I would like to root it, make it embedded into our conference, when the Hungarian Youth Conference could get the knowledge that on the whole Carpathian Basin level, how they can improve the mental hygiene of the youth. The Hungarian Youth Conference in the past 2 weeks with Márton Veres, chair, we started to go around the member organizations and the regions. We went to 4 regions: Vajdaság, Transcarpathia, the Mura region, and Transylvania. It was quite interesting to see the connection that where there is a young and well-funded infrastructure, and the youth are present in politics. There also their participation is bigger in the case of the nation. And with regard to this, I would say that since 1999, there is the Youth Conference, which was established also to form the leg of Maért, which is also a youth organization. This has 2 divisions. One is an interest advocacy body, and there's a market one. I would like to improve and promote the advocacy group, and in the Hungarian section, we would like to establish a 1-year-long training and education possibility. Thank you. And truly, it is very important. It's a very important topic that is also reflected in the work of the Council of Europe as to how the digital issues are interconnected to the protection of national minorities, and also how the digital way of contacting, how it can promote participation. I would like to move on to Dávid Simon, who started his job in 2016 as the youth section of the Transcarpathian Hungarian Culture Association. He used to work as a trainee in the European Parliament and in the Robert Schuman Institute, and also he graduated from he also studied in Hungary. So the situation in Transcarpathia has become more grave. I would like to ask you to share your experience. Simon Dávid is my name, but actually in English it can be David Simon as well. So challenges for the Transcarpathia. We could talk about an awful lot of challenges in the past year, but also the years before. I'm not saying it because of self-pity, but I think that today it is that Transcarpathia is in the most difficult situation with regard to the situation in Hungarian youth living. So Ukraine is not an EU member country, so we are usually facing a lot of difficulties and obstacles. The Cultural Association of the Carpathian Hungarians, the youth organization, is something that we are working with youth, but mostly for the youth. In the past year, we did not have too many opportunities to keep together the It was also quite typical for our territory that people leave our country. A lot of youth study in Hungary. Only a few people stay at home. And our goal is, and it has been our goal in the past year, that as much as we can, we should support those youth who remain at home, and we do our utmost that they feel good at home, they feel in a good society, they do not feel that they are left behind. Because unfortunately, also from our presidency, many of us were forced to, by the nature of the situation, we are forced to leave our country. So we came to Hungary. But now also in Hungary, so far, there was no dedicated organization that would be embracing the Hungarian youth, but now we have our organization, the Borderless organization, and it's so good that we get tailwind, we get the support from Hungarian youth organizations as well, the help that we receive. But we have to be able to stand on our own feet, and that is why our goal is that we have to contact all the youth that relocated from Transcarpathia to Hungary. We have to set up a database. We have to set up a community, which is a supportive community, supporting those who are here already, who have been living here for quite some time, who imagine that they would like to live here, and who, at the end of the war, would like to return to Transcarpathia and make ends meet there and make their livelihood there. Because I think that we are there in the Transcarpathia, despite the fact that we are in minority, we have to stay there. We have to do our job there, just as we had been given earlier the opportunity to represent the Transcarpathian youth. This should be the situation in the future as well, and also that the Transcarpathian youth should have their proper living ensured. How can we participate in the political life? We cannot get into the national list as a Hungarian organization. For the last time, it was back in 1991, there was the last census, and then there were about 150,000 Hungarians living in Transcarpathia. Today, we cannot, and we would not like to make a census about this, because I very much think that by now the situation has worsened, in the sense that the number has gone down by a great deal. But we do our utmost to liaise with all the other organizations that could help our organization. And in 2020, we gave 8 county representatives into the county office, despite the fact that it was only 8 people, but it still was a historical victory. We collect the young people from the very young age. We would like to make them feel that they're not only part of the school community, but there's another community in which they can participate as an active member, and they can make good results. They can be promoted. We have leadership, management and training, and make sure that they get more active political participation if they wish to do so. The decentralization processes that are taking place in the Ukraine, there are so-called smaller territories in which those youth who have been trained and in the for them, it is quite important that the region is not going to be lagging behind. The situation is not so easy, because we are being harassed at home pretty much. Just to set an example, because not so long ago, the the Munkacs-based secondary school's headmaster was dismissed, referring to a kind of document which was later on made then it was annulled, but then yesterday came the news that he was dismissed again. In the Beregovo region, Beregszász region, the situation is much better because there are some Hungarian villages. But we very much hope that as the situation is going to change, things will change, and we will be treated as an equal rights citizens and as citizens of an equally important minority in the Ukraine, although we were not given the right of an autochthonous or indigenous minority, but we very much hope that this status will be achieved soon. Still, the most important thing currently is now that the war is there in our country, and those who would like to go back from abroad, or those who came here, who migrated here temporarily to Hungary, we should all get back home at one stage and at one day, and we should carry on the work that we got started. Thank you. Thank you. And let us go over to Romania, to the situation in Transylvania. Dora Szilágyi, who is the vice president of the youth section of the Democratic Alliance of Hungarians in Romania, and also the MIERT, which is the youth organization of RMDS. She's also the vice president, and she is the foreign affairs consultant of RMDS for a long time. So my focal question would be, in a situation like RMDS is now, which is an important factor in national politics, so to what extent can you represent in the most efficient way the perspective of the youth? Well, thank you for the question. I would like to welcome you all. Let me start out by telling you how delighted I am to be here today, and I would like to say thanks for the invitation, because I participated in making the study as a part of the Hungarian Youth, the MIERT, and also in filling in the questionnaire. So for me, it is also a personal contact. But getting back to your previous question, if I had to sum up the situation in Romania, it's a bittersweet situation I'm facing, because the RMDS, the Romanian Democratic Alliance, is not part of the government coalition and fulfilling an important governmental position. And as a result of that, we managed to conclude such political bargains that is putting forward the Hungarian. But in the past 30 years, we were making sure that we get legal guarantees for protecting the minority rights, and not an one-off or having some ad hoc political bargains. So I can tell you that now we are in a fortunate situation that an RMDS colleague of ours is fulfilling now this role in the government. That makes us immensely delighted, but we cannot be still quite happy, because in the national law there is no word mentioning the position of the youth, and if we look at the national youth strategy, it is only in a form of a declaration when minority youth are mentioned, and there has been no actual work done in order to get better involvement into the community life. So these are so conspicuous when you look at the Romanian situation. But I would like to highlight two state institutions. So one is the Directorate for Inter-Ethnic Relations that belongs to the government, and this deserves a big thanks, because they represent all the 18 Romanian minority groups and is investing enormous work to make sure that these minorities are included in the public life, they're channeled into the public life, and without being not too modest, Annie Kulotsko is the head of this directorate, so it is a special delight that we do have these institutions through which we are able to direct certain programs or to target certain minorities. And another important state organization is the Anti-Discrimination Council, headed by Chair Csaba Asztalos. They also have an immense task in making sure that the relationship between minorities and majorities are settled, and all those infringements and violations should be punished and should be tracked just by presenting an example. So if we were to present it in a brief, these were actually the examples that I wanted to share with you, and I think we have to make all that we can to make sure that all these rights are approved and respected on the state level, because that can give, and only that, can give long-term safety and security to make sure that minorities feel well in Romania, and that it should not only be put as an ad hoc government decision that should safeguard his rights, although it seems that this is the case. Now, I would like to pinch on what Mr. Bechta was saying in his keynote. He listed a couple of factors that the study has researched and pointed out, and I would like to add just one to this, which is quite typically Romania and Transylvania. In addition to the lack of human resources and financial resources, it is the lack of trust, lack of confidence that is missing so much from the majority and the minority, and the relation in between. We have been working for quite long at this particular problem, and we're trying to exploit all the available resources. But I think all my colleagues agree with me that the new generation and the youth have to be informed about who we are, how the Hungarian community found itself in Transylvania. We were also born there, and we have our kins going down to 7th generation. And I think that this trust situation should be rebuilt and should be developed, but this requires a tremendous amount of efforts and work. We, on behalf of the Hungarian youth organizations, we try to be involved in some Romanian umbrella organizations like the Council of Romanian Youth, which is an NGO but has a serious lobbying activity. And next to the decision makers, they play a pivotal role as well. So also from here, we try to build this bridge as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as I have promised, everyone will get the floor twice. And the second round is starting now, and I am asking you to focus on how to improve the situation and how it would be possible to better enforce minority rights among youth or for youth. And an auxiliary question to this could be which the forums are where minority youth can be reached. Gábor Rubik, the same order again, all right. I will not start by, study, 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 as was said by Lenin. I don't want you to remember those years, but I will instead say education, 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 because it is still very important. Let me quote in this context, or let me recall a third institution in addition to the ones that I have already mentioned, because there is an institution preparing Hungarian youth in the Felvidék region for the political career or for decision-making career, whether it be grand politics as such, or education institutions, or cultural life. And I am the founding director of what is called the Esterházy Academy. It is a civil society organization registered under Slovakian law, and it has a specific purpose, namely to prepare young people for decision-making positions later on in life. We wanted to help them stand their ground, but not only with what they get from their own reading or parents or immediate environment, which of course should never be underestimated, but we wanted to set up an institution with a mission of bringing up, in the best sense of the word, the future Hungarian decision makers of Slovakia's Felvidék region. So this is a weekend school in the form of seminars, and it lasts for 2 weeks. There is a small township called Martos, halfway between Érsek, Újvár és Komárom, and approximately 20 such students frequent the weekend occasions, and they can listen to presentations and participate in workshops from our best concerning what the responsibility of a decision maker is. And we also have a mentorship part or an alumni part, meaning that we want the guys who graduate from us, and the second person from me, a young man, is one of our graduates, by the way, one of our alumni, and here in the room there is one more. So they can also testify to me, saying that as soon as they get into a decision-making position, they are able to promote and advocate for our interests and values. And I will soon come to describing what these values really are. But let me stress once again that in terms of the important municipalities, in terms of the most important educational or cultural institutions, we already have our people. We have mayors, representatives in the body of representatives, or look at the media. We have an editor-in-chief at a radio station, or look at the newspapers, the weekly magazines, or online media. We have editors, and we have publicists, and we have journalists. And we also have people who graduated from our academy in Hungary, dedicated to Hungarians in neighboring countries. Or we can also mention the Constitutional Court. So some of these people have graduated from our 2-year educational course. And when in 98 the big Hungarian coalition party became a government party, well, in those years, nobody yet really focused on such educational provision. And if we had done so, I am sure that our political representation at the national level would be different today. But it is never too late to start. So educate, educate, educate is our motto. So it is in education that we believe. And especially we believe in education that teaches self-esteem, Hungarian identity, perseverance, hard work, standing your ground. These are aspects that must be taught, and there can be nothing more important than acquiring these skills. So no money is wasted that is invested in this. And I would like to quote the Speaker of the National Assembly, László Kövér, namely, we believe that the right to national identity is a fundamental human right. This statement cannot be repeated sufficiently enough times. It can be analyzed and dissected, and should be done so that we finally arrive at a program based on this principle that can be implemented in practice. And it would be important for every European citizen who lives in a minority situation, and especially every young person. So the right to a national identity is a fundamental human right and should be recognized as such, because otherwise, to use a modern term, national minorities will go down the drain, so to say. So it should be a right that is appreciated and used in professional terminology as well across the board. And in terms of the terminology, there is nothing more important than this. And prosperity or prospering at one's birthplace is a sub-right to this. And I have a young man from Transcarpathia sitting next to me. What can be more important than a ceasefire and the desired return home of those people who are, well, in a way, emigration in a county in the eastern border of Hungary? So the prosperity of young people in their homeland is another right that should be derived from the aforementioned human right of to a national identity. And if they could return to their birthplaces, then they could contribute to society's prosperity as well. And the same applies to Felvidék, not as saddeningly as in Transcarpathia, but, you know, leaving your birthplace is the problem that is most seriously affecting Hungarian youth in the Felvidék region, because as people, Hungarian youth is departing or leaving their birthplaces, then there is an influx of workforce from the north, and that is changing the ethnical composition of the localities. In a best case scenario, these young people from Slovakia who are Hungarian are only leaving to take up work in Budapest or Hungary, but some do go much further than that. So the right to national identity and the right to prosperity in your birthland should be enforced, and I'm quite sure that the situation would be different if we had those rights put in place and properly protected. So having said all this, I now wish to focus on the political representation at the national level. It is not really a recommendation, perhaps it's just an idea or a tip, namely that in every member state of the European Union, which has a substantial national minority in its territory, so each country should have what is called, in my vocabulary, a minority codex, a piece of legislation. And there is a huge absence of this in the Slovakian legislation. There is an act on the use of minority languages, which regulates the use of such offices in offices. And this is a 15% threshold today, so where the ratio, the proportion of Hungarians is at least 50% or more, then there is the right to communicate in the Hungarian language in authorities or offices. But a real comprehensive piece of legislation regulating the status of national minorities in a country could be a lot more overarching and comprehensive. For example, public service organizations, public administration organizations with a special legal position could regulate these matters. And if the ratio of Hungarians is less than 15%, like it is the case in my own birth town, we could have a piece of legislation whereby, similarly to what people have in Hungary, so we could have a self-government system for national minorities. So where this critical level is not reached by the level of Hungarians, even Hungarians who represent less than 50% of the local population could have their own self-government. And I have already mentioned these bodies enjoying special legal status. We do not have such bodies, but their existence would be desirable to protect the rights of nationalities. In Nyitra, for example, the population ratio of Hungarians is 20%, and there is another region where it is 22%. And there, for example, I am suggesting that Hungarian should be recognized as an official language. And now I will make a statement about the parliamentary threshold, which is 5%. So that applies to every party in Slovakia in national elections, and this is okay. And by the way, in most countries, we have the same threshold in Europe. But is it fair? If it is applied towards a party or a community which party is not attractive to, say, 5 million, or that is the total population of the country, but only 500,000 because they are Hungarian. So they have to reach 5%, although only 500,000 potential voters would vote on them. So the question is whether such an arrangement is fair. And Hungarian politicians have not yet raised a debate about this because up to 2020 we were represented at the national level, but we are no longer. And maybe we could have a minority codex, and we could have what is called a natural threshold in it. So instead of 5%, we could argue that there should be a level at which a member of parliament could be sent to the national parliament. So the turnout is around 65% in Slovakia, so let's say it is 2 million people who actively exercise their right to vote, and this means that there are 150 mandates in the parliament in Pozsony, so if one mandate divided by 150 would require 13,000 votes, or a little bit more, maybe round it up to 14,000. And the Slovakian Hungarian party surely would reach 130 votes. However, if we were to use the natural threshold with the same number of voters, we could have 10 members of parliament sitting in the Pozsony parliament if we did not apply the 5% threshold, but what I am calling the natural threshold. So this is a proposal that can be put forth at European forums because there are several examples for this. For example, in Serbia, the electoral legislation provides this, and I believe that in Slovakia it is high time to open this issue. And if through the Council of Europe some kind of well-intended pressure could be exercised, that would be very helpful from the perspective of the political representation of Hungarians at the national level. So then also at the national level we could feel self-esteem. And of course, on the 30th of September, we will have parliamentary elections, and that will happen according to the long-standing rules. And whether we will have Hungarian MPs or not, this time we would still have several years ahead of us to work out a lot more fair system. And if this was not to be regulated in simply a piece of legislation on elections, but in a specific codex, then it would be even better. Thank you very much. And I think Dora Szilágyi's contribution was responded to by your speech in the sense that you have stressed that participation in institutions is important, but it is of great significance what kind of legal guarantees and pieces of legislation regulate the participation of minorities in political life. And now we will continue.
And now we would carry on with Attila Edmar. So again, it is my very difficult task to say something after Mr. Gubik. Well, I have already mentioned, and also the director pointed out, that this Esterházy Academy is a 2-year-long replacement training, and I'm one of the graduates from 17 to 19. It was the first training, and I would not be sitting here if not for this training and not having those contacts, because because this was the reason why I was also asked by Mr. Veres to take the youth directorate position. And in connecting to the Esterházy training, so our job and call is Hungarian, but our mission is European. So whereas could we do it if not in these organizations where we would like to involve so many and include so many Hungarians? What is our position for that? Just as Laszlo said, educate, 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 but educate the trainer, train the trainer, train the trainer, where that would be the most important. And the Esterházy Academies actually was quite an intensive period. It cannot be implemented fully on a Carpathian level situation. So that is why we think in 1 year, 10, 12 occasions during the weekends in a mentoring program with the same way as those young people who are interested in practical organizations, and also with a concrete institutional program to involve these youth into the local life. And with regard to the structure and the curriculum, we also take with us, of course, building it on the local needs. So this is what I feel that is important in the train the trainer. And we move further again to Transcarpathia. While there are many positive things about the challenges in the Transcarpathia, we would very much need some concrete things. One would be the ceasefire as soon as possible, or peace as soon as possible. The second would be what is in the European Union, or globally speaking, does not really seem to be a big deal. We do not want too much, but we would like to get back all those rights that in the time of the establishment of the independent Ukraine had been adopted, and that we could exercise since then. And furthermore, it would be the best for us if everybody could look at the Transcarpathian Hungarians like a cheerful richness, because we have different culture, different language, and it should be considered as something positive and not as a negative discrimination. Unless these are not safeguarded, we still are able to improve, but not in big steps. Many people left home. Many are here in Hungary. It is very difficult to work with the youth and keeping them together so that they are dispersed all around, not only at home but also in Hungary, but also displaced to many other countries. We can reach out to them, luckily, at various fora in all those villages and settlements where there are Hungarians living. We all have some active persons who deal with the youth, who are connected to various culture and sports events and to organizing all these. And I could go on and the list would go on. But what my colleague Gubik was saying, it is a beautiful dream. We can hardly wait to be there as a very precious and valuable minority in Transcarpathia and have our bigger share, at least as much as we can. Thank you. And I would like to ask Dora Szilágyi to take the floor as the last panelist. I think that it is not too good to talk as the last one before lunch. And actually, my previous contribution was finished by mentioning trust and the feeling of trust, which should be needed to ensure that the youth would remain at home so that they would love to play an active role in public life, in the political arena, and this kind of feeling of trust and confidence is something that I would like to make sure that they have. I would like to share with you some good examples from my own organizations, from MER and also from RMDS. It's been a good habit for quite some years that in various decision-making organizations of RMDS, we give 15% of quota to the youth in order to make sure that they feel that they are being represented within the organization and that they should have the courage to step out in front of the public out there, because I'm sure that a lot of people face the criticism that young people are not allowed to sit down to the decision-making table and they do not get the space and means. And that is why we adopted this quota system, so that the proper space or proper size should be given to them. And we also work on enabling the youth. As the colleague said, we also have some training programs which target those youth who would like to play their role in the community, or this is the Transylvanian Political School that RMDS Miért and Matthias Corvinus Collegium organized together, and the Bernard György Academy, which is training explicitly local government staff who are also in elected positions. And hereby, I'd like to share with you that in the latest local government elections in 2020, we managed to have 500 youth below the age of 35 to place some role in the local governments, like a mayor, deputy mayor, or a member of the local government. So I'm sure that there is a lot of work to be done, but we did our utmost to pave the way for them and to give them those tools and means which would allow them to make some progress. So each and every youth who would like to participate in public life, they do have the opportunity to do so. Recently, there has been a consultation process in which we contacted about 8 big cities, university centers mostly, and also some minor towns like Szatmár, Németitu, Sepsi, Szentgyörgy, Temesvár, Gyergyószent Miklós, and name it. And we wanted to find out as to those youth who are in the Miért or RMDS, who exist outside Miért and RMDS, and who work outside these organizations, but are still interested in public life. What is their view of our work so far? And we explicitly asked them to word their criticism, to word what is it that they miss or lack, and we also kindly request everyone to actively participate in this work. Thank you very much. We actually have run out of the time, and as a summary, I would like to say 2 sentences, and also the special envoy hinted me that he would like to add something, so he will also take the floor after me. What I think has become clear as a result of this panel is that unfortunately there are such situations, like for example in Ukraine, because of the war, which make the work absolutely impossible and necessitate that the keeping the contacts should be the biggest challenge whatsoever, and to maintain the everyday work. And you can actually depart from this minimum level later on, and from this, judging it from here, we can see what is the scale at which people participate. Relatively satisfactory, bittersweet. These were the phrases that I jotted down for myself. These are probably the key words depicting that, yes, there is a room for development, there is space to progress into. It has also become quite clear that there are some entry levels of political participation. The local government is, for example, a level where representation of the national minorities is more tremendous, whereas the representation on national level, if you want to reach it, you have to face certain legal obstacles as well. Key words are trust and confidence, and feeling confident, feeling safe. This is something that can be interpreted in various and different ways, as it was declared by the panelists, which in terms of the contact to the Council of Europe is the recommendation that is in the pipeline that is going to be a very important political message to the member states of the Council of Europe, including the neighbors of Hungary as well, as to what kind of political rights will have to be guaranteed and how to make a progress forward, and also the institutional system of the Council of Europe, in which a lot has been said about the monitoring system, about the conventions, but I would like to highlight another important forum, namely the regional and local governments, the congress of these organizations, which is a kind of interest advocacy forum in the Council of Europe. So with this, I would like to ask Ferenc Kalmár, a special envoy of the minister. Thank you so much, and I'm very sorry that I keep you from lunch, but some serious issues have been mentioned here that we did deal with, and we are actually considering now. Trust building, this is something that I would like to start out with. This is that Dora Szilágyi mentioned. This is actually a general thing. The thing of trust is something that you could do through education. One could do its utmost to make it happen, because there are two subjects that influence the national identity the most. One is literature, and second is history. I do say sometimes that after the Second World War, with the unification of economy and the financial systems, we have dealt with, but nobody was interested in the European soul and spirit. Although the European soul and spirit would need such a background, such a fundament, which is not based on hatred and not on creating divisions of enemy through the education of history. One could resolve this issue. Look at the representative of the French embassy, the more so because within the Council of Europe, there is an history education observatory established by Alain Lamassoure, who is actually the president, who was a former minister of France, and who is busy trying to visualize as to how history is being taught in Europe, which is a very strenuous and long work. This is my view, actually, to harmonize how history is being taught in Europe. But in terms of bilateral relations, maybe we can reach and attain certain results sooner. So it is not necessarily, and this is a major mistake that I see in politics and elsewhere, because we are making efforts, not only we, but others as well, mostly others, to teach a certain historical event and to teach it or to interpret or think about a particular historical element the same way. It is obvious that a Battle of Kosovo-Polje will not be interpreted the same way by a Serbian student or the Serbian education system as the Turkish educational system, because for the Turks it was a major mystery for the Turks, but of course, which means that the Serbian kingdom was shattered as a result of this victory in the history. But this is our past, but we have to develop, we have to unite our forces, otherwise we will not get anywhere. So maybe we could expect, and maybe we could recommend it to the teachers of history, that about a historical event or an event in the history, all the positions of the interested parties should have their say. What kind of impact all these different nations had, not only one or the other, to whom it was good or not, and one is the bad guy and the other is the good guy. So we would actually build up the total picture. I think in our perception with regard to the enemy should be improved to a great deal. Laszlo Gubik, the right to identity. Well, the document that I mentioned this morning that we were working for, Katalin Szili, and the 5 basic principles that Péter Sztáray, State Secretary, actually listed them one by one. This includes, it's not the 6th basic principle, but this additional point means that we have to set up the right to identity. It is a basic right, basic principle to the right of identity, because among the principles there are various groupings, and I'm actually not the lawyer. Katalin Szili is the woman of law, so she understands it better. But we recommend a 5th group, but this should be approved by the United Nations. And these are legal spaces and territories that are very difficult to move, but we are very much on the case, and we try to set the direction. The minority law, the thing that you said is something that we need a status, but the Matovic government has expressed its will that they want to set up a minority law, but till date, this has not been done. However, this is included in every protocol of the minority joint committee sessions. So this is always on the agenda, and this is always popping up. But the basic question is whether Slovakia does not recognize collective rights, not only collective rights, neither Slovakia, nor Ukraine, nor Romania. This is a fundamental thing. In the case of Slovakia, there's a contradiction, however, because they do not recognize collective rights, but they recognize collective sins. So this is presented very well by the Beneš decrees, and it is being applied even tonight. So the lack of collective rights. So far, so good. Thank you. Very briefly, because it occurred to my mind during your closing words, but if there are some plans, then probably it is going to show my ignorance, but I am obsessed with indigenous minorities cases, because I think that those who I got familiar, they are very resilient people who skills were sharpened during battles. So I had an Erasmus scholarship in Hungary. I fell in love with Hungary at that time. It was a very decisive half a year of my life. We have a Petőfi program in the Carpathian Basin where you can send some students to learn into some various schools. We have the Körösi Csoma program where they can get familiar with the Hungarians all around the world globally. They can get access to some Boy Scouts as well. So what if we had a program that we should send out to some study tour to some indigenous Hungarians students, so autonomous Hungarian students. So that would be not only to the universities, but to an institution. If there's a university, that's fine, but if there's no university, a kind of background institution, scientific academic institution, or to an NGO that is decisive for those who live in minorities, like a Schumann program, if you could name it, because Schumann is the father of Europe, born in Luxembourg, and also who spoke his mother tongue in a German dialect, in Lotharingian. So if somebody knows how it feels to be in minority, he should be the one. And this is where Europe's not only past, but also future is rooted. So this kind of training program could kind of provide an opportunity for these indigenous or autonomous minorities to visit each other in the form of a study or an exchange program. So that could, I think, be a big impetus, because then those who are in decision-making processes or situation, they will probably have a feeling that they spent half a year at a university or in a town or in an organization of an indigenous minority. So that would be a fantastic thing. Maybe there are some initiatives about that, but then sorry for my ignorance, but I think it would be something that could be quite interesting. So this is what I threw in to our common mindset. Well, thank you for this very, very interesting exchange of views. Thank you for Gergő, and to all the panelists for their very precious contributions. And all that has been left out for me is to invite you all to lunch, which is going to be served outside in the foyer. And according to plans, we'll be back here at 1:30. We would like to keep the time, despite the fact that we are a little bit lagging behind. So meet you back here at 1:30 with two keynote speeches and the second panel. Bon appétit. But before we leave, here, there's a technical thing. The Council of Europe for Conferences full text is available in English. So please pick one, and you can find the Hungarian language on the tables. And I would also like to announce, I heard it from the director, that online we have about 20 or 30 who follow us online. Thank you.
nem is kell nagyon közel, tehát hogy innen
akkor remélem, hogy mindenkinek volt ideje az ebédre és utána egy kávéra, és akkor folytatnánk a programot a nap második paneljével, ahol rögtön két vitaindító előadás is lenne. Először majd Pia Slogárt, az Európai Tanács Ifjúsági Programbizottságának társelnökét és az Európai Nemzetiségek Ifjúságának, a JEN nevű szervezet külső képviselőjét, és az Ifjúsági Tanácsadó Testület tagját kérném fel, hogy mondja.
Yes, so
interpretation was a bit slow, but Hungarian is not yet among my languages. But hopefully this is I can go on.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Perfect. Yes, slow and exactly. Hello, also from my side, and I will be Representing the Advisory Council on Youth today and the Joint Council on Youth, which is one of the rare, if not only, co-management systems in the world when it comes between youth and the government. So we very much work on an equal footing, which is a very rare occasion on European and international level. And I'm here as a volunteer. So the involvement in the Council of Europe when it comes to the Advisory Council on Youth is also a volunteering engagement. And it was with great pleasure that even after 2 years after the study was published, we are once again here in the European Youth Center of Budapest as home to many young people, a second home in addition to the Strasbourg European Youth Center. And I very much welcome with open arms the continuous support that we are receiving specifically with national minority youth issues. From the youth perspective, the Council of Europe still is the leading institution to connect, to develop, and to support youth organizations. But only for the young people who know about Council of Europe's existence. And many of us that are here today and have the possibility to join the panels already are starting from very privileged positions. And we know about the Council of Europe, we know about specific opportunities for exercising our rights to participation. However, we also need to consider who is not in the room. And I know that Hungary also has Roma as the biggest ethnic minority population and the youngest minority in Europe, and yet we do not have a Roma youth participation today with us as well. So this is also a self kind of reflection moment for all of us, who is maybe not in the room, but who is also not in the Advisory Council on Youth and in the Council of Europe to be supported. I already mentioned that the Council of Europe has set up a unique example of kind of a participatory governance with the co-management system in the youth sector. But we are not enough. You know, the Advisory Council has an equal voice and mandate to the members of the European Steering Committee for Youth through this co-managed decision-making structure. However, beyond that, in the current setup of the Council of Europe, a youth perspective is only included when the bodies of the organization specifically invite us. And to successfully kind of tackle the challenges of Europe, we cannot be having discussions taking place without including the 1/4 of its citizens concerned by the decisions taken. So I think it is not enough to elevate just a handful of youth individuals on this pedestal of participatory privilege and forget that a majority of young people still cannot access their rights. And often, specifically when it comes to minority youth, and we hear this popular rhetoric that many institutions and authorities on international, European, national, and local level use, but we are not excluding them. Yes, but that does not equal active inclusion, and we need to somehow get past that. I think we can all agree that participation and inclusion are critical pillars of democratic societies, and I think in the opening speeches this was mentioned also multiple times. However, national minority youth, in all its diversity, and even more specifically Roma youth and our specific needs and asks, have been neglected or misunderstood in specifically mainstream youth policy circles, as well as in Roma and national minority-related policies. There are some policy documents aimed to include, specific measures for national and ethnic minority youth, but they usually end up stamping young people as a kind of a vulnerable group or a cross-cutting topic. And that approach often also led to a lack of action or a lack of focus on issues that are seen as relevant by the young people themselves, including participation or active citizenship. And this means that if we want to ensure inclusive policies, national minority youth must be included in youth and minority policies and programs in all stages, not only in consultation, but from the developing to implementation, but also evaluation. And to be effective and trustworthy, policies, including youth policy, have to incorporate anti-racist and social inclusion measures. I am, of course, delighted that today we are focusing solely on national and ethnic minority youth participation. However, we often stay in these bubbles of youth panels, while what we actually need is intergenerational cooperation. And what we need is the people that give the speeches in the beginning to stay and listen to us and to cooperate with us. And it is a fact which was also mentioning from the study that we need situation, we need needs, ideas, and inspirations of young people belonging to minorities to be clear and known to many policymakers. And these are sometimes not even recognized in minority communities themselves. So when exploring the concept of minority youth participation, I underline again that we need to be aware of the unique challenges that minority youth are facing in accessing resources and opportunities. And this can only be done by identifying and addressing both dimensions, so the youth rights and minority rights. And policy measures and targeted actions only then are able to effectively grasp and reflect the realities, but also the needs of minority youth. We also have to acknowledge that the work of the Council of Europe as a pioneer of European youth policy, both and European youth policy and minority rights issues, but nevertheless, we should keep in mind that most of the treaties created to protect minority rights issues have been designed in the late 1980s. And that was a Europe that is drastically different from the Europe we know now and the Europe that young people know. So while there have been some significant steps when addressing the challenges of national minority youth on the Council of Europe level, with the latest adopted recommendation of the Committee of Ministers on Roma youth participation, which was adopted in April, just before the International Roma Day, and with the latest, hopefully upcoming adoption of the recommendation on the political participation of national minority youth. I think it is undeniable that while for many of us these are late in arrival, when it comes specifically to minority youth, we cannot deny that the Council of Europe is setting groundbreaking standards and innovative methods for meaningful youth participation, but these standards should not end with recommendations. They are only valuable if they are upheld and continuously recognized. And unfortunately, there is still a lot to do, specifically when it comes to implementation part in the member states. And we have to remember that this one-size-fits-all policies might be, neutral in form, but are very much biased in their outcomes. And they are deepening structural inequalities as they are not inclusive of the specific needs of young Roma people and other ethnic minorities. So the opportunities, the space, the means, but also support is needed if minority youth is to equally but also meaningfully participate on an equal footing with other actors. I think theoretically, constitutions of various member states give equal rights to all citizens, whatever their origins, religion, skin color. The reality, however, shows that there are very few persons belonging to minorities and very few racialized communities in the political systems themselves. And even fewer of them are young people. Although the European Union and its member states' legislative frameworks and directives of the discrimination, or the Convention of the Council of Europe, the decisions of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe have all contributed, of course, to addressing discrimination and racism, but barriers to participation for minority youth continue to exist across Europe. And racism and associated forms of discrimination have to be addressed for the question of political participation of minorities to be managed. Authorities are often reluctant to acknowledge and address structural racism, yet it does remain the main root of the social, political, economic, and cultural challenges specifically faced by Roma youth today. And meaningful minority youth participation needs to start with, first, the recognition of minorities, and secondly, as addressing discrimination. There is a desire, specifically from minority youth, for more open, for more transparent governments, for more opportunities to influence decisions. And while we very much warmly welcome providing of spaces on local levels that were, I think, great examples from the previous panel as well, and enabling young people from national minorities to control what happens within their own communities and self-governments, I would like to underline that the consideration of these needs has to go well beyond local, national, and regional governmental structures to the achievement of the effective participation for minorities in all governance structures at every level. Minority youth activists, human rights defenders, civic society organizations, but also the Council of Europe have already carefully documented inequalities when it comes to access to social and economic rights. I think it is time that the member states acknowledge them nationally and individually as well. And once and for all, stop this paternalistic and patronizing approach that many of us have still towards minority youth, and especially towards young women belonging from marginalized backgrounds. And I think while there was a repetition that education is needed, yes, empowerment is needed, but immediate and structural change is what will bring actual change for the minority youth participation. And this is first and foremost recognizing of minority youth capabilities, of our skills, of our interest, motivation, but also our contributions to the progress of our societies. So solutions to the challenges and barriers in regard to the active and meaningful participation of national minority youth are very much, as I mentioned before, connected to minority rights and youth rights, and could, for example, include strengthened mechanisms for minority participation in the spaces of global governance, including by allocating adequate resources and creating bilateral or regional structures for cooperation on minority issues. Then recognition of the value of the political participation of minorities within public administration and civil society organizations. Official recognition of minorities. Addressing the issue of the absence of the definition what a minority is, and ensuring the availability of education in minority languages and about minority topics. Quality civic education, informal educational system, but also recognition on non-formal education as one of the main tools for empowerment of minority youth, representation of minorities and youth at all levels of the decision-making processes, repealing of any kind of discriminatory laws and provisions, as well as school segregation that is still happening in many member states of the Council of Europe, development of training programs and paid internships to foster participation for minority youth through empowerment, mentoring, network building, and civic education programs for minorities, mainstreaming of human rights education as an effective tool for prevention of hate speech, development of any kind of awareness-raising campaigns aimed at the majority to emphasize contributions made by the minorities for the benefit of the whole society, but also creation of youth councils and forums to advance political orientation for minorities. And finally, one of those also is providing relevant information and participation in political life in a forum that is appropriate to age, needs, and circumstances through both formal educational system, non-formal education, and further awareness-raising activities. Young people, to conclude, need open government structures, transparent government structures, and opportunities to influence decision. And saying this in the upcoming Council of Europe Summit, while the Advisory Council on Youth has multiple times asked for the observation status in the summit, and there has been support from the member states, the youth will not be present in deciding the future of the Council of Europe at the summit. And it is quite saddening that how are we to advocate for the needs of young people and for the needs of minority youth if we are not present in shaping the Council of Europe. So this is also an ask or a highlight towards you. Please reflect on who and how many young people do you have in your own delegations, and if the people that are young will be present in the room when the conversations about the future of the Council of Europe will be. The engagement of young people when it comes to social, when it comes to economic, when it comes to political decision affecting our communities, I repeat again, is essential. for the future of democratic institutions everywhere. And this means also for the future of this one. And we should be glad that the national, linguistic, and ethnic minority youth are for now only asking for equality and not yet for justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Pia, for those very, very clear words. És most meg szeretném kérni.
And now, may I kindly request Mr. Imre Ritter, Chairman of the Committee on National Minorities in Hungary, to deliver his speech.
Gründung des Europarates tag. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, mindenkit nagy...
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome all of you heartfeltedly on this day of the establishment of the Council of Europe. So I started out by a saying or a sentence in German, which is my minority language, and this is a usual, it's a tradition in the Hungarian parliament to always start our speeches with such a sentence. So we know what the topic for today is. But if we start discussing this topic, it is vital that we remember that the autochthonous communities in Hungary do have an interest advocacy system. And we must ask ourselves the question of what the structure is. The answer is relatively simple because compared to many other countries, Hungary has a simpler system. It was in 1993 that the minority legislation was adopted by Parliament along with the Election Act, and since 1994, every fourth year, elections have been held at every settlement by the local nationality people if at the previous census at least 25 people said that they belonged to that particular nationality. And since 1994, local governments for nationalities can also be elected, and this is the case for all the 13 nationalities. And then since 2004, we also have a regional reflection of the same. So all these decisions brought about a very clean and straightforward situation in Hungary, where it has become quite obvious and clear that the representation of the interests of national minorities takes place at three different levels. The local level is the local governments, the regional level and the national level, and the nationality identity and traditions have a cradle, so to say, which are the various cultural organizations, orchestras and theaters and you name it. And the third big area of our nationality life, to simplify matters, are the various institutions. In fact, it is a network of institutions which also started to develop from that time. And so this self-government system was later supplemented as a second step, but it was a historical step at the same time, namely that since 2014, each nationality has a representative in the Hungarian National Assembly, and indeed they have taken advantage of this right in every one of the election years since 2014. But it is saddening that the Roma community does not have a representative in the Hungarian parliament, because the national Roma self-government could not compose a list of candidates for the national elections. This is a sort of a saddening fact, and it merits a deeper analysis. But as I said, 13 nationalities have been taking advantage of this, and a committee was established, a standing committee for the Hungarian parliament, and therefore we are part and parcel of Hungarian lawmaking. If 15 years ago somebody would have said that soon we Hungarian nationalities would be motioning proposals, bills, and in the Hungarian parliament, and that the parliament would always unanimously approve our bills, well, I would have told that person, if he had said anything like that to me, that he needs to go home and take a rest because he is apparently running a fever. And we also have various other government offices, like the Ombudsman Office for National Minorities, that are doing a good job, for example, conducting inspections or investigations into particular cases, resulting in reports, including specific amendment proposals for the Hungarian parliament. And we are very pleased to have them because although their reports are not mandatory, these reports by these government agencies were simply put into the drawer of a state secretary and have remained there for years now. However, we are in a position to use these reports to put forth them as proposals in the Hungarian parliament. So therefore, the Commissioner for Fundamental Human Rights has acquired a much bigger role in the political life of Hungary than before. As for young people, well, I heard some here before me contemplate what being young really means, but let me say this, that when 30 years ago the nationality self-government system was launched, I still remember that young people in their prime, in their 30s and 40s, participated in the new system, who were then elected and who have continued to play a role in the various self-governments almost until today. But certainly they are in the 60 to 70 age group now, still in their pride, no doubt about that, but having a lot more experiences. Now, on a more serious note, and let me zoom in on the Germans in Hungary, because that's the group I am most familiar with. In our case, 2014 was the year when a change of mindset took place, and in the National Body of Representatives, we abolished the social committee and we just have a single person in that office. And instead, we set up a youth and sports committee. So that was the first elections when younger people were elected to be the representatives or the members of the body of representatives in the national self-government. And we have had several elections since then. And that means that we had 8 such general assemblies until this point. And being inspired by the conference today, I will now map up the exact age of these members, and you can be sure that next time at least 50% will be below the age of 35. And over the past 30 years, I think we are having a full replacement of the generations. However, concerning quotas for young people or quotas for female representatives, well, probably if we set up such a quote, we would have to forcibly exclude a lot of women from our General Assembly, because women are in the majority already. And the appearance of youth is a current phenomenon, but not only here. Let me also stress that after so much injustice and repression which have happened over the past 7 to 8 decades, and therefore it is not to wonder that the first decade was mainly spent by discussing the past and arriving at some reconciliation, some settlement. And at that point, indeed, we realized that now it is time to look into the future. Between 2010 and 12, we worked out a strategy for until 2020, and in 2020 we revised it again. Politics, education, culture, communication, youth matters are the 5 big chapters, and concerning each, we identified our goals as well as the path that would take us there. Also, we identified alternative routes, and obviously, youth is already a fundamental part, a fundamental chapter, but I think in communication, the role of youth is decisive and determining, just as it is with politics. So I do wish to draw your regard to the fact that all this is happening. Let me also add only a few remarks. In line with our strategy last year, it was the 8th National Youth Conference that was held, and the State Secretariat's leadership gave us a helping hand. And we also organized the Church Youth Conference for the umpteenth time. And for the youth and sports programs, we have worked out various sports programs as well as a scholarship program for young people. Originally, only 87 students participated, but this time over 500 would-be teachers were involved in the scholarship program. And the over 500 includes all of the seven nationalities in Hungary, which already offer teacher training programs and which operate schools and other educational institutions. And these opportunities are available to every institution, irrespective of they are church or government-run or foundation-run or local government-run. This is a scholarship system that we cherish and value very high, and we expect that as a result we will be able to raise teachers for our nationality communities, whereby we can hope to maintain our institutions at a standard that will make sure that we can hand down national identity as well as our national language. In addition to all this, we also have an extensive network of scholarships for secondary school students at the national level as well as at the regional and local community level. So I believe that we have indeed taken long and major steps in the right direction along with young people. But once again, who is young? Let me just give you one example. When in 2022 we just had the first local government elections here in the North region, each and every one of the 7 candidates were university students. So I'm talking about the elections in 2002. And these people now fill important positions in the General Assembly or work at the regional or the local level. Just one name from all of these, Father Gergő Bese used to be a student of theology. He was not yet an ordained priest at that point, but he is a person who is known all over the country and continues to play a very important role in the ecclesiastical life of minorities in Hungary. It would also be very interesting to see what laws should know, so what laws these people should be familiar with if they want to get involved in national politics. So I am sure that most of you would say 20 of these laws should be known to such candidates, law on elections, the law on education, etc. I don't want to discourage you, but we have just discussed the report of the government of the years 2021, and in its annexes, over 200 laws and ministerial and government decrees and other pieces of legislation were included, and the list is not yet exhaustive. There are many more laws and regulations and decrees regulating the life of these 13 autochthonous national minorities living in Hungary. But nevertheless, there are, as I said, there are some challenges, but in spite of all these difficulties and challenges, let me finish by saying that I wish all the best, perseverance, strength, power for every nationality representative so that they can get really deeply involved. Also, hoff, wie ist das mit der Zukunft? Well, this means this is German for hold your head high, look into the future, and if you are a member of a nationality, lean in. Thank you very much, Imre Ritter, for your inspiring words, and may I now invite Richard Tirci, who is head of department in the Prime Minister's office in charge of nationalities, to moderate the second panel. And please also introduce to our guests and members of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you for the floor. I would like to welcome all the dear participants of the conference. Yesterday and also today, we've celebrated the Great Alliance powers, the closing of the European war and the European military theater. And it is not difficult to draw a parallel because in our neighborhood there is a war being waged, and also at that time the reason of starting the war was to protect the minorities living in the neighboring countries. Let us hope that we do not have to wait over 5 years to wait for the peace, but the arms should be silent. So this is for us really a holiday, because this is on the 5th of May and the 9th of May. Then we celebrate the Day of Europe, which after the World War was a kind of panacea for the peoples of Europe. And I think we are absolutely on the right track if we want to be the part of this community, and adding to it that we have to keep an eye on the fate of national minorities. I would like to introduce to you the participants of this panel. Blanca Jordan, she is the volunteer since 2014 of the German Youth Association in Hungary, and she's been the president since 2017. She is coordinating the other volunteers as well, and as a result, they visited many Hungarian settlements with German minorities, and they organized programs with the minorities around Budapest and also in Budapest. She is studying at the Andrássy University in German. Péter Kovács Domokos, he used to study at the Passau University. He is studying state studies. Waste management is his key area, and he organized selective waste collection in various places of the Carpathian Basin. While at his mandate, he presented to his peers the way the national minority languages are used in education, and he represented his organization in various UN fora as well, and he also a co-worker of the Hungarian-German Association. Milan Kovács represents the Croatian National Self-Government, and he is the deputy director of Croaticum Collegium. He's a regular participant of the Lakitelek translation summer school, the Croatian section. This year, he was a co-organizer of the event that is implemented in Pécs, and he's a regular participant of the events of this kind in Hungary. Bence Seljak, president of the Slovak Youth Association in Hungary. He studied at university. He's a teacher of Slovak language. Currently, he studies Slavistics and Slovak language at ELTE. Since 10 years, he's been the president of the Hungarian Slovak Youth, and he's also the member of this of the Slovak Association. Thank you for having accepted the invitation to the panel. First, let me present to you the frames of Hungarian national policy. First, I would like to call your attention to the very high-level legislative framework. Within that, also the parliamentary representation, which is as a result of the representatives and the work of this panel, they can have an immediate say into the legislative process. The second is a very predictable and stable financing. Ever since 2010, the size of the funding increased 6 times that is available, therefore, for Hungarian national minorities to support their identities. And the third leg, a very important pillar, is the local governance. As the representative of the parliament said, the minorities have on a 3 level and also on a local level, they have the chance to set up local governments and establish and take over institutions. Even the public educational institutions number increased great. Now there are 103 educational institutions that are operated and run by national minorities. And the establishment of national minority non-governmental organizations, these are also supported by the government, and this is where the national youth organizations are also interconnected, because they can also do their job on or in the form of an association, and their program is also supported year by year. We have the oldest organizations that are in Hungary, the president of the German and the Slovak organization. We are actually very delighted that in the past couple of years, the Romanian, Slovak, Armenian, and other youth and minority organizations have been established. First and foremost, I would like to ask you to present your youth organization, covering what kind of relations you have with some other organizations. Blanca. Thank you for the invitation, and thank you for the I have been a volunteer since 2014, because in 2004 I was very, very young. I represent the Hungarian German Youth Association in Hungary and GJO2, Gemeinschaft Junge Ungar Deutsche, GJON. So this is what we are using, and I would like to use this as well. The head of the department is absolutely right that this is a very old youth organization. It was established in 1989, so we will celebrate the 35th anniversary next year. We have a goal, or at least this is what I usually say, that we mean a point of contact for the youth living, German youth living in Hungary. If I may call a personal example, I am from a Baranya County small village, Schwäbisch village, and I've got friends all over the place, which would not be the case if there were not for this organization. So this is a platform when youth, German youth living in Hungary can meet, because they are present on every level, but also in various counties, in Veszprém, Fejér, Baranya. And that is why it's important that they have a national level organization where they have the experience and exchange possibilities. And we organize programs in order to maintain that, and we try to transfer the identity in a modern form. We try to talk about the German identity so that it should be attractive to the youth, although it is always a big question as to how we can motivate young people for topics like this. But we also try to be present more and more in social media and raise awareness of ourselves. Every month we have programs where people can meet who are the members of our German youth organization, and we have an internal organization made up by volunteers, and they are responsible for conducting these programs. If I have to cover the contacts, we are quite lucky, I may say, and we also pay an attention through our programs that if there are any events being organized that are kind of cross-border, then we also visit the German and other minorities. We went to Germans living in Croatia as well and in Slovakia, but we even visited the Békés County. So it's not only outside Hungary, but also within Hungary. We try to establish good contacts with some other youth organizations representing other minorities. As we mentioned, GEUT, our organization, is member of JEF, which is Jugend Europäische Volksgruppen, and there too there are national minority youth coming from all over Europe. So that is also a major help for us, that we could get familiar with the Germans in Silesia or Germans living in Russia, but not necessarily and only that, but also other minorities from all over Europe. Did I answer the question? Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Especially Pia and all the representatives of embassies that they came today and they are listening to us, because it's always a big honor that we have guests here from other cultures and other countries, and they can see what we do and what we are. So thank you, and we will try to be slow in Hungarian so you can understand. Nagyon szépen köszönjük a...
Switch over to Hungarian. So we would like to say thanks for the invitation. Very grateful that we can be here and we can see the tremendous amount of results that youth minorities reach together with the youth, with the minority local governments and other organizations. Our organizations does not have a lengthy path, as we only celebrate our 10th anniversary this year, and our council was established in order to comprise all the civil and non-governmental organizations in the country. So we have 104 member organizations, so one more than the national schools, but their number is permanently increasing. Here we can find it all over the country, or like HOOC or the Association of PhD students, but some very active organizations are also present amongst our membership. Our office is found in this building, so we are also on a daily basis with the connection with the Council of Europe. We also participate at the European Youth Forum's work, and we also help the UN's Youth Delegate Program and the EU Youth Dialogue Program, or through this program, the youth delegates. It is important because after the presidency of the Council of Europe, so the European Union revolving presidency is going to take place in Hungary as well, and we are also preparing it with the other countries, and here the inclusive society, the minorities can fit in very well. And we also participated at the drafting by the invitation of the Council of Europe, and there were actually 3 invited players in the consultation, which was actually a disappointment, but I was actually quite proud that we were there, while the SU, comprising the Students' Union, that was the Romanian National Youth Council, which was again a very nice gesture and a fundament of a nice dialogue. So this is how we participate at the topic of the day. And later on, when we will enter into the discussions, I will tell you some concrete examples as to how we connect to national minorities. Thanks a lot, and I would like to wish you a very pleasant afternoon. It is a great opportunity for me that I can be here. I would like to present to you the National Croatian Youth Minority, and I would like to say thanks for Mr. Ritter, the presentation, but I hope that I can add something to his speech. When I am facing a fact that, for example, a youth organization is already celebrating its 35th anniversary, I can only tell that we are less than 1 year old, which last year on Agard, the the Croatian youth living in Hungary was established. For this, I'm very grateful, because it's very important that the Croatian youth living in Hungary should be comprised in one organization, because maybe I am speaking for my own behalf, but the Croatian minority is one of the most heterogeneous, both in terms of geography, history, and linguistics, because we can be divided into 6 major areas: the Mura side, Baranya, Bácska, Somogy, or Drava, or Burgenland, and a little bit odd, but also the Budapest living Croatians must be mentioned. I'm not saying this is an odd thing as such, but 90% of those who live in Budapest, they probably stem or come from the other 5 regions. So we are actually very delighted that our organization was established last year, and I would like to share with you a recent experience. I opened my Facebook and I can see that the Facebook is very active. All the invitations are coming that could be of interest for the youth, for programs that are established by the national, county, or local Croatian self-governments. And because of the territorial territorially very fragmentation, it is important that we should be together and get familiar with each other and establish such a union, which had been mentioned in the case of some other youth organizations. So thanks for the floor, and may I give the floor to another colleague of mine. So good morning, good afternoon, actually. It is a great honor for me to welcome you all, and I'm very grateful that I can be here, and thanks for the invitation. Just as we heard at the introduction, also now I am the president of a youth national minority living in Hungary that has a history of over 3 decades. How this was established, how it could develop, well, the representative can probably tell more about it because he was a founder and the first president. I think it is very important in our organization not only that we go back to such a long history, but also that we provide a steadiness in terms of the Slovak youth living in Hungary. In its profile, this has modified a little bit in the past decade because earlier it was like an affiliate, but now this has been converted into a group that can have several members. And what we talked about with Blanca in the break, that both youth organizations are an organization that is alienating itself from daily politics, but they are actively participating in the current national minority politics. Both organizations have members who are members of the national minority organizations as well. And I am also the member of the youth organization, which from this cycle onwards is established into an independent committee, although earlier this was a comprehensive committee. Well, this is all that I wanted to share with you at the beginning. Well, many thanks for you that you have actually given us some insight into how the civic organizations are operating, and we could see from the last contribution that its first frame and forum of the advocacy of the youth are the local minority organizations, whether at the local, county, or national level. This has also happened in various cycles, that a national youth organization was the delegating organization and could put delegates on their own rights. Let me just quote here the Greek Minorities Association, and he was the member of the Greek youth community. The same example could be quoted from Armenian minorities as well. The youth told that there are many local governments where, on purpose, they would select some delegates as well. I would like to highlight here the Slovakian as well, and the full right. They are present with full right. As a second round, I would like to ask you how you are called, how you are contacted, and how the representatives and the MP try to involve you into the work of the National Association.
Thank you for the word, for the floor. It is through the national self-government too that we can get connected, but the local ones are also very important. So the structure is as follows. We have individual members and we have local groups who are our members, mainly cultural groups or heritage groups. In such a way, we can say that in addition to the national pillar, we also have a very strong local pillar, and this also influences political participation in the sense that often these people who are active at the national level often are even more active at the local level. And in their local community, for example, they assume various roles. And it is quite typical that members of local bodies are, in fact, our members, or the national self-government is also a place where several of our members serve. And the Jugendkonferenz is a youth conference in English where a lot of members of ours generally participate. So, in this way, we have good opportunities. At least this is the way I see it. Thank you. This will be a personal example, and I will talk about an ingenious initiative that was launched between Hungary and Croatia as a result of a bilateral agreement in 2011. I started my university studies at the Zagreb University of Sciences in Croatia, and this program has continued ever since. Our possibilities were slightly restricted, meaning that we cannot study exactly we want to study, but in a way Croatian studies are promoted. However, this bilateral agreement offers a great scholarship, and it is how I got involved in the work of the National Croatian Self-Government, and this is my second cycle. It was back then that József Szolga contacted me asking me if I was interested in some political program for NGOs. In addition to my university studies, in spite of the fact that I attend university in Zagreb, so quite far away from general assemblies in Hungary, but I did not have to think twice about my answers, so I immediately grasped the opportunity, and in half a year I received an invitation to fill a vacancy at the National Self-Government for Croatians in Hungary. And I still remember when I was first sworn in, a colleague was there who was a couple of years older than I was, and I don't want to offend anyone. She was relatively young, but everybody else had their ages starting with a number higher than 3. And since then, a new process was initiated that was took up by Mr. Ritter. It was some kind of a rejuvenation program across NGOs in the Croatian sphere, not only at the national self-governments for Croatians. And now we have a lot of young people working in all these organizations who were not even on the radar in those years. And I am not the youngest anymore, and I hope that you will not call me eternally young much soon. So I hope that we can continue the same trend and young people will replace those who are serving currently. Ever since I was born, I have always been a Slovak living in Hungary. and I always pursued the activities that I cared about. I enrolled into various Slovakian contests that I felt interested in, and as a result, leaders then probably noticed me and later also contacted me, and gradually I was climbing up the ladder of our hierarchy. So first I became elected as the head of our youth organization, which gave me an impetus to get to many different places within the Slovak community, but also within the nationality structure in Hungary. I made the acquaintance of many people, and one thing brought about the next. And I should say that the fact that I could go to so many places and get to know so many people probably resulted in Miklos Soltész, State Secretary, contacting me after a conversation at dinner, offering me the opportunity to organize the first sports weekend for nationalities as the ministry's partner. And I think these sport weekends are great opportunities for nationality youth to meet up here in Hungary, because they can have first-hand experience of the life that other young people pursue in Hungary, and they can gain experience from one another and discuss what motivates them most, and perhaps two youth organizations can eventually agree on a next youth program at such an event. For example, it was in the course of these nationality meetings that we agreed with the German youth organization to hold a never seen before program, whereby we identified a town where Slovaks and Croatians lived, and that we designated as the location for our next meeting. Thank you very much. So I understand that your national leaders found you and addressed you, and now you are in your rightful places. But the government has the same intention. The State Secretariat for Nationality Relations wishes to address and reach out to young people to help them get to know one another and help them realize that Hungarian nationalities are state constituents and that other young people are in the same situation. And this is not a weakness, but a strength. The Nationality Youth Meeting as an event was mentioned here several times, and it is held once every year, and the Slovak and German youth organizations have organized these events several times, but the Romanians and others have joined. So this is a long weekend where the young people in a nationality can spend time together. We are delivering presentations for their benefit and invite speakers like athletes or actors with a similar nationality background, and these people provide a testimony about their nationality background and what that background meant in the course of their professional careers. The alumni meeting is such an event when, as we heard from the nationality representative, there is a scholarship program for nationality youth, and each year events are held with pop music, concert and speeches, and this year we will go to Szeklerland and we will leave 3 weeks from now, and we hope that our nationalities in Hungary can meet the Hungarian nationality in the Szeklerland and see what their fate is like. And the sports event is also a great thing. Boys or young men can compete in football, and girls usually compete in volleyball, and it's always that the Serbs win, but it's only in volleyball. But the main point is that friendships are forged. So it is quite clear that you are addressed from several perspectives. So in the last round, may I ask you how you address young people in your nationality communities? What kind of programs do you organize for them? Thank you. Thank you. As I have already said, the GO5 wishes to be active in the field of social media because I think digitalization for our generation, for young people, is very important. And I think it has a very powerful awareness raising impact. And as the German would say, it is also a kind of Mund propaganda. So it is through word of mouth that we can also reach out to young people. So if this means that they attend programs in person and then they will relate their experiences to their family members and friends, and each in turn will attract maybe 4 or 5 more people. So as a result, we can reach out to entire communities. And with our programs, we also wish to reach out to communities with a GO2 friendship group, or where we know there is a community composed of relatively active young people who are not yet members of our organization, but that they are open. And we go about in the country, so do a tour of the country in this way. And as to the specific programs, well, bike tours, or bus tours, or a football cup that we in fact had last year. So these are sporty kinds of events where we try to infuse some nationality content. In the course of the bus tour, we visited communities who belong to the German nationality, and we got to know young people there and perhaps even their local traditions. And we make a point of participating in the life of other national minorities. So if we are invited, we do go there and keep on building relations in such a way. So that was it. Turning the question around a little, how do we address young people in general from the National Youth Council? Well, I will answer this, and then I will tell you about a plan, or perhaps a wish that we have. And that wish is that our organization wishes to be able to provide good programs and room for development for nationality youth as well. One of our programs that has a track record of 4 cycles is public mentorship program, public life mentorship program. So this goes on for weekends, for a couple of weekends, and through the seminaries, these young people can become more active within their local communities. We identified a few sections, and each section is headed by an experienced mentor, and these sessions are attended by 6 or 7 people. And the last event took place right here in this building, but before that we visited Martos, which was a great place for our people to develop. This is one more of the programs that should make us think about giving similar opportunities to minority youth, so that they get to know one another and identify the similarities and develop as a result. So what I have in mind is that they come from the same institutional background, meaning that they struggle with similar challenges. And the other program that we have launched concerns the development of student self-government and the development of the students who are supporting them. we have a cooperation with the Bolyai University in Kolozsvár, but we also have partners in the Felvidék region of Slovakia. And a couple of weeks ago, we had the National Conference of Student Self-Government, and over 100 people participated. So even there, it does not hurt to think what our Hungarian student self-governments can offer to the 130 schools where such a self-government operates, and how what they do can be enhanced and developed further. But we will also have one more event intended to build the community, and it's called Free University. This year we embarked on a very challenging path. It will be held in Keszthely, and we want to have 300 people at least. So you are more than welcome to attend, because it's going to be a very high-profile event. So these are our key programs, but if I still have the time at the end of the panel, I would be pleased to tell you more about how we presented the life of nationality used in Hungary at international forums. So this is going to be a little bit of storytelling. 2 years ago, we had the UNESCO Youth Forum, which is, as you know, a UN organization, and every second year UNESCO holds a youth forum, and we have delegated a member there. And a long resolution was adopted, and we successfully enforced our point about setting up a network for young people to present their lives. And it turned out that it was a very nice story. So it was a General Assembly session in Paris, and the conclusions were adopted by the Assembly. And afterwards, we asked the State Secretary how we could establish such a network here in Hungary, and the topic was discussed at a 4-day conference involving delegates from Poland, Croatia and Romania, representing the youth organization of the UN. And through the committee, we have managed to meet the Speaker of the National Assembly and many other dignitaries. And then everybody visited their own school, and the Romanians traveled most. And in the Croatian school, for example, but also in Slovakia, we were so warmly welcomed. So it was such a source of pride for us that we had implemented this joint work. In fact, it is your work in the first place. And later on, we also presented our achievements at different international conferences. And we were so pleased that we had a lot of people who no longer needed an explanation about the existence of nationalities in Hungary. And the Third Committee of the United Nations focuses on human rights, as we know. And I was very, very pleased to have all these forums, and especially this one. And later we could write to those organizing this forum that this was a great example for realizing our dreams, but it is predicated on government support, on the active interest of the participants, and of course our work as the Youth Council was also needed. And we want to continue along these lines. About Erasmus mobility, we had a conference roughly 1.5 months ago in Bucharest, and we managed to make sure that there is a sentence in it, by the way, saying that the nationality programs should focus on the mobility of national minorities. Remember that the mobility program supports young people in the countryside lacking opportunities, in such a manner that some programs can get more funding. So here we emphasize that we wanted the EU to get as far as supporting an exchange of nationality use as part of the Erasmus program. And in closing, referring back to the first panel, that is the mobility of Hungarians outside Hungary's borders. In this context, let me stress that over the last months, we collected almost 2,000 signatures, and this is a campaign that is going on at the European level. We noticed that the future of Erasmus and Erasmus Plus is in danger, that there is a debate between the Commission and the member states, and over 180,000 students are falling victim to this debate or to this argument, and we don't want to accept that. We don't want young people to suffer from such arguments. And therefore, we are not only focusing on young people in Hungary, but also on those young people who are arriving to study at our Hungarian universities. So we are focusing on them as well.
I'd like to apologize. I may leave out some people from the list, but if I was about to list all the programs in which we contact the youth, we would be sitting here till later. But I would like to highlight 3 programs or institutions that we consider as the most important, and I can answer your question the best. One is the Collegium Croaticum, is run by the National Croatian minority, and I am actually the co-worker of this, and we would like to operate that in Page as well. This is a talent management program. By the example of the Eötvös College, and I think it doesn't need too much introduction, because we know that the most important, most outstanding political leaders who were studying at the University of ELTE. So this college plays a role, because when I raised it at session, when it was a topic how we could involve more and more people into the political activities of the national Croatian minorities or into the work of some other institutions. Here I was thinking that unless we deal with those youth who have Croatian roots, who would like to keep the Croatian roots even after the secondary school or their identities, then in 20 years from now, we can close down the business, if you like. But to my great luck, József Szolga and János Guggen listened to this, and that was also coming up in them, that without the youth, no matter what cliche it is, there is no future. And I was actually quite happy to say that in this college we do not only provide education, but actually we provide accommodation in our dormitory, which can host 6 persons, and we are endeavoring to direct these youth people in terms of talent management in these Croatian circles. And I'm truly delighted that all the students who are there at the age of 18 or 19 are already anchors in some radio studios. They put together certain film episodes for the Croatian minorities. We have excellent athletes. So I think this is an initiative that I wanted to share with you by all means. Or a very important part of our religious life. It is for the second time this year that we have a religious committee. Croatian youth went on pilgrimage to Medjugorje, to Bosnia, and it was so successful that I think it's not only the Croatian minorities or the Croatian nationalities that spread rumors about it, but I think it was news that spread to all the other nationalities. There was a big bus, and it was a 4 or 5 day long program where young people could be together and for 4 or 5 years, and I could share with them not only their problems or issues relating to religion, but also some other issues. And the National Croatian Minority Council president and vice president also participated in order to give the proper support. And for these programs, they have 40 or 50 young people, really young, from 18 to 30. It is a big deal, I would say. And as a closing remark, I would like to present to you an institution which I think is very important, and that was established a couple of years ago. This is the Croatian Methodological and Educational Center, which for ethnic teachers is a mentoring program. At the Eötvös József College at Baja, one can participate at this school, and we would like to provide such a grant scholarship for those who are at the beginning career starters who would like to enforce their national identity or who would like to be employed in a job that is related to that. Well, once again, thanks for listening to me, and I'm very, very sorry for those who I could not present in this. Currently, in our organization, we are reaching out to persons who are from 14 to 30, 35. The age 14 is very important because this is the age when students in the elementary school are ahead of a decision which secondary school or grammar school to take. And we try to recommend that they opt for one of the 2 Slovakian language schools. One is in Budapest, the other is in Békéscsaba. We are also aware that there are many students who do not really think of this particular area, but they would like to pursue a vocation, and this does not necessarily the road that for this the road is not to study at the Slovakian language secondary school, but we would like to keep these students as well, and in many cases they are very thankful, and the way they express how thankful they are that they pass the school leaving exam also in the Slovakian language school. And before passing the school leaving exam, they also asked us, asking as to who are those language teachers who could help them in their preparations in their 30, 35 years, which is the upper limit. This is what we usually define when the young people finish their university studies, or the ones that are still in the previous cycles participating in the presidency or in organizing the programs. And they can help our work from the background. So we are able, therefore, to pursue a continuity so that always everyone should be having up-to-date information with regard to the life of the organization. We try to reach out to the youth so that we are in touch with the students of the 2 secondary schools. But in most of the cases, these young persons do not live in those places where they are. So that means that they can take with themselves also the messages in the news to some other places where we are not present. It has been also the case that they applied to our programs, and they said that they will bring 2 or 3 youth who are not the members of the organization, but they live on their own respective village or town, and as they belong to the Slovakian minority, they might be interested. 2 of them could not come, but instead of the 2, the young people brought with them 3 other ones, so it was a positive change. And right now, we have students at 2 universities who usually participate more, many times. One is the Budapest, and the second is the Szeged University of Sciences, and we are trying hard to participate at internet services as well and upload pictures about the programs in order to urge the youth to participate at some other programs. That is also the venue where we announce our further programs as well. So on the whole, our biggest camp is the Slovak Youth Academy, abbreviated as SIA, and this is a 6-day-long camp in Szarvas at the Körös River side. So in the morning, we usually have culture programs, always dedicated to some other subject matter within the organization. And in the afternoon, we listen to Slovakian music, we play table games, and watch Slovakian films as well. In many cases, we were having a dance house, which we always have at a different location, and the local dance group can be involved too, so we are able to represent this in an even wider scale as to what is our goal. Fortunately, the youth committee was also established, as I mentioned, and also we work together with the youth committee, and we do have such programs and draft programs that we would like to implement together. And we had a joint tent where we set up a photo frame and put up a quiz, and table games were introduced to the young ones. We are endeavoring to promote those programs like the Vertigo Slovakian Theatre would implement, which is also one of the institutions of the national Slovakian minority, and they're usually the ones who organize drama camps for the youth. We try to promote these as well. Because we have also participated at these programs. I was also writing up the name of the Slovakian college that was celebrating its 50th anniversary this year. In addition to providing accommodation to the university students, to those who are Hungarian Slovaks and those who arrive to Hungary from the countryside, and who are not necessarily getting the place in the dormitories, or who financially cannot afford spending money on paying rent rental fee. But it is also an excellent opportunity to be together and meet with some other youth of Slovakian origin. And at least once a month, we organize programs dedicated to a Slovakian subject matter during the evenings. Thank you very much for all your answers and the discussion. I think you've been very, very active. And I think that the job that you do is very important and blessed. I tell you because I can't emphasize it enough. Without youth, the nationalities have no future whatsoever. And you are the only one who can reach out to youngsters. Well, my daughter, who goes to university, despises that I'm not on social media, but you are on social media. So for you, it's very important that being the member of a national youth minority, you have to strengthen national identity. I am personally very grateful for this conference because this gave us some outlook into the Carpathian Basin, into the situation of the situation. I cannot say that we can just sit back and relax with regard to this, but I think this is a major difference, that the activities and the opportunities do not depend on politics. So our youth organizations are not affiliated to political parties. But as you could hear, through the national minority councils, the local national minority councils, and also in the parliament through the Committee of National Minorities, they have always a forum and a platform to have their voices, to let their voices heard. I think that interest advocacy and interest representation is provided for our youth. The government is doing their utmost, just as the special envoy said in his welcoming speech, that this topic should be transferred, the protection of the national minorities, ensuring their rights. Well, this should be a topic as well. I am actually very, very grateful that we can be here, and Representative Ritter said that he would like to add something at the end. Three things very briefly. I would like to say thanks for the morning panel discussion. I think nationalities, no matter where you live, we are in the same boat and our difficulties are the same. I would also like to say thanks for you, that whether you know it or not, but we owe a lot to you, because the change in politics did not happen that way, that all of a sudden, overnight, every politician turned out to be pro-nationalities, but we told it a million times in the parliament that today's political Hungary has a legal and moral fundament to live if they can demand more rights to the nationalities, and if they make for their own national minorities living in Hungary such a national policy which can be showcased. And looking at you and thinking of your references, we are very grateful for this, and we are very thankful. And on the same token, we also supported by all means, and our relations to State Secretary Arpad Pottap is excellent, because it is also our elementary interest to ensure that the Hungarians over the borders of Hungary and also living in any of the European countries should be among the best treated nationalities, because I think that this is one of the pivotal parts of the future of Europe. And the second is that I would like to touch upon is the education and the curricula, the remembrance policy to develop this. So Hungary was the first in Europe, where in 2012 the displacement, the day of displacement and deportation day was set as a special day to remember And another important issue is that also in the curricula, they should describe the story of national minorities. There is a lot to be talked about and taught about, but just imagine that there are 8 towns and settlements in Hungary where Germans and Croatians have their joint kindergarten and elementary school, where German and Croatian language education is taking place, and also Hungarian history. And poor children, when they read in the Hungarian books that Jelašić, the coward, is fleeing, and you know, in the Croatian history books, Josif Jelašić is a historical hero. So there is still to be done. So may I kindly request all of your help who can do something on the government level. And with this, I would like to say thanks for this conference. Many thanks for the participants of the panel, also to Richard Tirci for the moderation and for the contribution. And may I kindly request Ferenc Kalmár to take the floor and the microphone now at the end of the day. I'm sorry that I'll talk a lot, but please allow me to start out by a story which is connected to the head of department, Tirci, as to what his daughter told to him. I'm telling you what my daughter told me when I said that what was happening when I was a young person, and then she interrupted me. She says, and then she said, yeah, probably at the corner, the dinosauruses were chasing you. So this is the way they look at us, at our generation, as the dinosaurs generation. Please allow me to reflect on a couple of things.
So I will start from backwards, and I wish to join Imre's summary as well as what Richie Tirci said. So I will say that the matter of national minorities is closely associated with democratization processes, and don't see it as something static, that something that ever comes to a conclusion. There is no such thing. Life is in motion and always brings about issues or brings up issues that have to be resolved. And there is nothing extraordinary in matters related to nationalities being in motion and constantly changing too. And that requires reflection in legislation. And as for deportations, I remember that I myself voted in favor of this law, and we were pleased to finally be able to talk about the past. But as for history, and as for Jelašić's role, and he being a coward, well, I said of that right now it is the Council of Europe which launched the theme of the historical observatory. And in fact, it is an organization. And as I said, Mr. Alain Namath, a former French minister, is in charge of that. And believe me, I also attended a Romanian school. I listened to the Romanian narrative, but I also heard a different narrative. That one, certainly not in the Romanian school, though. But what I would like to see is the same history teacher describing that Jelašić was a coward for the Hungarians because he was attacking the Hungarians. But Jelašić was a national hero for the Croatians because he did things that were positive to the Croatians. So these are matters that must be tidied up in order for us to build up the future. And when we speak of Europe, and when we repeat Adenauer's phrase, namely unity through diversity, we should remember that it is not only applicable to the whole of Europe, but to individual member states. So diversity So unity in diversity applies to every member state as well. And we must be thinking about the future, and we can't do that without youth. And also, regarding the future, I have something more to say, but it will be of such a character that it is best to leave it to the end. Stability and peace are two words that I noted down here. The matter of national minorities can jeopardize the stability and peace of Europe if it's not properly resolved. And I must stress that I see this to be a huge problem, that if for the time being there is no binding legislation in Europe as yet, a piece of legislation that would be binding on every EU member state. So we always refer to this framework convention for the protection of minorities, or we also speak about the regional charta for minority languages, and we use the word compulsory. Yes, we keep using compulsory, but we also add but not enforceable, because nothing happens if it's only compulsory and full stop. So if the Ministerial Committee of the Council of Europe issues a resolution describing the amendments that a country should implement, but then no amendments were implemented, well, for me, that is to no avail. In other cases, if I cross a road when I should not, and when the traffic lamp is red, then I may be fined by police. And that should be the case with minority rights as well. And I do mean that there is a thought here which is crucial, and this thought is intergenerational cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, often we see that young people are thrown into deep water, take a deep dive without being properly prepared, spiritually, professionally, because you can learn the profession, but as for the preparedness for the workload, well, that cannot be taught at a university or in a workshop. This can be learned from the previous generation, and you will then develop wisdom, and wisdom takes time to acquire. So it is very rare to have young people like Sándor Nagy or Alexander the Great, who used to rule the world in his 30s, but I do question if he really was wise, because he sent thousands to death. So this is very important wisdom, and young people quite obviously do not have it. And if we just throw them into the water without preparing them properly, we may cause various sicknesses or lacks of balance, spiritual problems, psychological issues that they will not be able to overcome throughout their lifetime. And we also mentioned the various Council of Europe documents, including the framework for the protection of minority rights. It is our view that a binding piece of legislation is what we need. And this framework should not really go into details. It should just include the binding fundamental principles that should be transposed into the legislation of the member states. Because I would, for example, incorporate the need for collective rights, just as an example. And that collective rights are derived from our being human beings, because human dignity must be protected. And every right should protect human dignity, and human identity is part of human dignity, and our identity is individual as well as collective. And for me to protect it, I need collective rights as well, because problems start when we start talking about collective rights. But thankfully, in Hungary at least, we have a cultural autonomy, and Hungary also recognizes collective rights. You have not talked really much about the issues, the problems, the troubles. I think we should discuss those as well, perhaps at a later occasion. And I will now return to the morning session of the conference. Adrian thought Ferenci related that a study has been prepared for this Committee on Anti-Discrimination, the CDAD, and that the recommendation has been drawn up. I do want to encourage all of you to present your proposals. Of course, you have completed questionnaires. That happened through us because Adrian Tóth Ferenci is a colleague of mine. So all this happened with our involvement. And Adrian pointed out that there is a need to work out your own strategy, and she encouraged everyone to do that. I find that very important too. Now, going further, I come to Slovakia. Lotzi Bubik made a lot of important statements, and I already reflected upon them, so I will not repeat my observations, but the absence of a presence in Parliament is indeed a grave issue. But we hope that on the 30th of September we will see a change in that. Transcarpathia, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the very being, physical existence of people is jeopardized there. But also the community's existence is at risk because many have left, as the young man stressed. Of course, we are providing shelter to as many as we can, and I believe it is a good thing that right here in Hungary an organization was established trying to unite youth from Transcarpathia who have arrived in Hungary, because the identity of Transcarpathians should be protected and upheld. Regional and national identities are found in Europe, and the whole of Europe is composed of these identities. I remember the times when I was a delegate in the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. My colleague was a Swiss delegate named Andreas Gross, and he was a grand politician dedicating a lot of attention to these fundamental issues. And he just once told me, you know, my colleague, my friend, the whole of Europe should be organized on the Swiss model. I tend to agree with him as time goes by. And then we need legal guarantees in Transylvania. I am saying this because all through today, our conference, the representative of the Romanian embassy has persevered and stayed here with us, but we often hear that Romania does not respect its own laws. For example, the medical university in Marosvásárhely, and Romanian law says that there are 3 multicultural universities in Romania, and one of them is the University of Medical Science in Marosvásárhely. The 2 others are doing fine, but the medical faculty in Marosvásárhely is simply not working. And leaving the homeland is a huge problem in the whole of our region. And then back to Ukraine, we need peace and we need rights. That's it. I noted down what was important in my opinion. Perhaps I should add that I am very pleased that we have this conference today, and I believe that it should continue. We must not allow to this conference to simply end like this without developing it into something more. And I am sure that 10 years from now, somebody would come up with the brand new idea of having the same conference. So I think if the Commission of Ministers will have issued its resolution on this whole matter, then it is possible that from that point we should start contemplating or taking into consideration of having another such conference, perhaps right here in this very building, because Mr. Molnar and his team were kind enough to allow us to come here at a very favorable charge. And that is, of course, very important too. And let me also thank all who organized this conference, including Anita Györei and Bernadette Marton-Jean, my colleagues here in the front, but Eva Császár and Kolos Székely there in the back, representing the Security Policy Department, but the Protocol Department, the Media Department also contributed. Thank you to the interpreters too, and I would also like to thank the director for his consent and support. And what I want to say in closing is something that some of you have heard already, but many have not. In 2012, when I was working on the Kalmar report in the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe in Strasbourg. The report was titled Traditional National Minorities, Their Position and Rights in Europe. This report was approved in 2014, but in 2012, I paid a fact-finding visit to South Tyrol. Everyone knows that South Tyrol is a true model. The way things were solved there is setting an example. However, when I had a discussion with the speaker, Mario Vezzali of the South Tyrol Parliament, he was an Italian guy, and interestingly, the Speaker of the Parliament was either Italian or German, but then simultaneously the chairman of the autonomy always belonged to the other nationality, so Italian or Austrian. This was how it was structured. So he said to me, he wants to tell me about the relationship between the Italians and the Austrians right after the Second World War. Right after the war, he said, these two nationalities were head-on against each other. In 1972, they were given autonomy. Since then, they have become partners. So that started in 1972, and now, in the 2010s, is the time we are talking about. We are shoulder to shoulder with each other, and we are greatly looking forward to the merciful moment from God when we will be for one another. I think it's an awesome statement, and I think we could take this to our hearts in the whole of Europe. Nations should be for one another, because whether we like it or not, we depend on each other, very much so. And this has never been as obvious as it is today, when Europe is in a downward spiral. And when European nations, peoples will rise to this level, then I think Europe will start growing and developing again, and will eventually take the leadership position globally in the world, which it has always played, and which, let's say, is also its due, but for now is incapable of filling it. Thank you very much. Thank you all for your contribution. Thank you for the work of the embassies that I will list: Embassy of Romania, Embassy of Slovenia, Embassy of Croatia, Embassy of France, Norway, Austria, Germany, I don't think, yeah, Ukraine too. Oh, of course, Ukraine as well. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you all, and I wish you all the best and good health.
Én is akkor nekem már csak annyi maradt, hogy én
What is left for me is to thank you all for your participation, Special Envoy from the Minister, István Panel, our moderators, and everyone who continued to hang on until now. Let me say that I do hope that the event is not ending now, that there will be a continuation because the recommendation of the Council of Ministers will be approved before the end of this year, and this is important for minority rights as well as for youth matters, something that we are representing here in the youth center. So from my side, you have openness, and we are committed to continuing this cooperation. So I hope to see you again soon. Thank you.